Nope. Nope. Nope.
Good morning.
You know, I was like, there's a moment you wait for. You do this long enough, you get good at it, you find the flow, you find the vibe, and there's a moment in there, just a spot that comes along that you go, right now, this is when you talk. This is that time. And Lonzo, on his day back from bed rest.
I'll say I can go home if you want. I mean,
no, I don't. I had enough of that on Friday.
Okay, all right.
Had enough of that on Friday. I am glad to have you back, pal. The great one, Lonzo, makes his triumphant return, banners unfurled, trumpets sounding.
Lonzo is a superstar.
Gloriously back in the air chair this AM. And though it was 4 full days ago, I do want to thank the legendary Cole Bryson for sitting in with me on Friday. See, Lonzo, you take a day off and you give CB a few hours on the air.
Okay, you said C as in C list. Yeah. Okay, you're right.
Wow.
Yeah, the A-lister's out, so you
Wow.
got the B's are unavailable, so you go directly to the C list.
Wow.
Hey, you said it, not me. Everyone heard you say it.
Wow. I mean, I was just calling him by his name. You're out here dropping bombs within 30 seconds of being back on the air.
Hey, thanks, Cole.
Yeah, he did good. It was good to have him. Had a lot of good discussion on Friday. Appreciated Cole coming in.
I'm guessing he's no longer available right now after what happened in Dallas. So
I do not think Cole Bryson was in a very good mood on, what was it, yesterday? I don't know what day that game got played. Was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. Day before yesterday. The Dallas Cowboys completely, totally, thoroughly embarrassed themselves.
It sucks.
If you're a Cowboys fan right now, it does. That, I got to tell you, I'm very frustrated. Some of you that have followed this show for more than 7 to 12 minutes know that Rob Brown likes to dabble ever so lightly in the sports gambling world. I've kind of made a thing out of it.
no, it isn't like that. You're on this betting show
That airs every Saturday from noon to 4, where I broadcast nationally, including having my beautiful mug on televisions and sports books in Las Vegas, talking gambling.
and it isn't like you don't fill in on that one
Other
betting thing.
nationally syndicated
betting
gambling
thing?
show that I fill in host for, that I make weekly appearances on.
Yeah, it's BetGM.
BetMGM tonight.
Yeah, BetMGM.
Yeah,
there we go.
with Trista Crick, the legend herself.
There we go.
And so I've made a bit of a thing out of gambling. And on Saturday, Cody Decker, my co-host on Saturdays, and I were discussing the footballing. And he and I were like, all right, rank the games top to bottom that you have the most confidence in your bet covering. And number one was, no questions, easy for me, Buffalo over Pittsburgh laying 10. That was an easy pick for me. There was not a question to me.
There should have been a question because it was closer than the score.
No, it wasn't.
Well, yeah, it definitely was.
No, it wasn't. Buffalo let
Definitely
off
was.
the gas in the third because there was no need to risk anything.
Wow, they struggled against a third string quarterback.
Whatever you need to do to talk yourself into believing your Chiefs have a chance this weekend. Whatever you need to tell yourself.
Oh, so
right?
you're ready to bet now. Speaking of betting, you're ready to bet now.
I'm feeling good.
Yeah.
Feeling good.
My quarterback's better than your quarterback.
Not even right now, a little.
Oh, so much better.
You know what? Put it on the poll. I'm not even going to word it so that Lonzo, when he gets proven
I knew last night because when it started, when I think it was Joe Buck got the memo that you had already gotten the memo from your national lords of sports that it was time to bring back the Josh Allen praise. And so you can't go against the lords of sports memos because,
I feel like about 25 yards into that 52-yard touchdown run was the right time to bring it back.
It's so funny because, Patrick Mahomes was getting that praise the day before. You know what he did that Josh Allen didn't do? He got his helmet broken and stayed in the game. Josh Allen wouldn't do that.
Way,
he would have cried and went to the sideline and buried his head in the snow.
Yeah, because noted crier on the, I promise you right now, of all days, I promise you do not want to talk about other quarterbacks crying when your guy looked the way your guy looked on his game Saturday.
Are you kidding me?
No, not even a little.
Wow. I don't know what game you watched. It must be recency bias. That's
the one where Patrick Mahomes
3 hours of sleep, ladies and gentlemen,
with his hands like this than he did in the pocket.
Yeah,
that's the game I watched.
Called touchdown. That's what you do when you score a touchdown. You throw your hands up like that.
Listen, I appreciate.
All right. Let's for you at home, if you do the drinking game thing, see how many times Rob says Josh Allen today, and enjoy your day off.
Josh Allen. Wait for it. Josh Allen.
You got that, sports overlord memo. It's time to get back on the Josh Allen bandwagon.
Yep, that is true. I wake up, I get here in the mornings, and the first thing I do is I open my email from Overlord at Overlord.
I think we all know that you have that open at home because you got that memo at home because you're sending me texts right away as if I'm seeing the next coming of Joe Montana, the greatest quarterback of all time. And I just saw Josh Allen, whatever. I mean, he struggled against a Pittsburgh team that didn't belong there. Good for him.
Just 3 touchdowns, 202 yards, 75 yards on the ground, and a touch to
run. Did that all by himself. Because he's just this amazing athlete that people were going, what's wrong with Josh? Earlier in the year, even Rob, because the memo said it was okay. What's wrong with Josh? And then now all of a sudden he's back. He's back, ladies and gentlemen. 15 Josh Allens in a row. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Drink.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have gotten crap throughout my career for my complete inability to let go of the worst missed call in the history of the National Football League.
And you still haven't let go of that. You never will. You never will.
Correct. I have gotten crap for years now for my inability to let go of the worst missed pass interference call in the history of the National Football League. And
that's a good move, Joe. By the way, you can see us on stream, Facebook, YouTube, X. I'll stop interrupting because he's just getting more mad.
I have wondered, is there something that every dude in this job has? Like, is there something about sports that they just cannot let go of? You're an Atlanta fan, you're never letting go of 28-3. If you're a Raiders fan, you're never letting go of the tuck rule game. Everybody's got that thing. And I've just realized that Lonzo's is Josh Allen's existence. Just his existence and success as a quarterback is under Lonzo's skin in a very impressive way.
Not really. I think it's funny how narratives are written and people jump on them and they feel like they have to talk about it and praise not even the best performance of the weekend. I mean, that would go to a young man who should have been in Carolina and it is not. That would go to CJ Stroud.
Baker! Sorry.
Baker was excellent. I mean, anybody could beat Philly last night, though. I mean, I'm happy for Baker, but Philly, that team was done. That team was done 5 weeks ago.
Trash. We'll talk about that later in the show. I wake up in the mornings, ladies and gentlemen, between 3:15 and 3:30 a.m. I get up. Some days I shower at night before I go to bed. Some days I shower in the morning. But either way, I get up, I get ready, I get dressed, I get in the car.
I thought you were going to sing Sheena Easton.
I don't know who that is. Do I know who that is?
Yeah, well, she.
Each day when I wake up, I put on my makeup.
No.
Okay.
I wake up every morning. It's a song called Morning Train.
Okay.
She was good until she went to. She got mixed up with Prince, and then suddenly she was singing about her sugar walls. By the way, excellent T-shirt.
Thanks. It's my band. I wear my own band shirt.
Wait, is your name on there?
Mhm.
Where is it?
Oh,
it's on your right nipple.
yeah, it's on my right.
Okay, there it is.
I wake up. I put on my own band's
Wow, the
t-shirt.
O's are placed perfect on both sides.
I'm going to say what I'm going to say, Lonzo. You're not going to stop me. You're not going to stop me. I wake up. I get in the car. I drive to work. When I get to work, that's not true. I stop at a gas station. I pick up a couple of barrels of Monster because, again, it's usually about 4 o'clock in the morning at this point.
Sometimes he quits, though, for like a week. And
Yep.
then he's grouchy.
And then I have a day where I go to bed at 12:30 in the morning, and it's not going to happen. Then I get to work. I walk in. I carry my briefcase up the stairs. I set it down. I plug in the tablet of truth. I plug in the laptop. I get ready for work. I pop open the email. And the very first thing I do is I go find the email from the sports overlords. Golly.
It wasn't that loud. It's not that loud. It's not.
I can't hear you over it. I pop open the email from the sports overlords, and it tells me what I am going to say that day. And today's item number 1 on the sports overlords rundowns of Rob's opinion is that Josh Allen is better than not just Patrick Mahomes. He's better than Joe Montana. He's better than Steve Young. He's better than Dan Marino. It told me, it pains me to say it, it told me to say he's better than Drew Brees. And of course, he's better than Tom Brady. Josh Allen. And I, of course.
No, Baker's better than Tom Brady.
And
they
of
put the
course.
stats side by side last night, and then Joe had to apologize. I'm not saying Baker's better than Tom Brady.
Yeah, because that'd be a dumb
I'm
thing
not
to say.
saying that, but if you look at the stats, he's better. No, I'm not saying that.
Real dumb thing to say.
He is better this year. He did something Tom Brady couldn't do.
It's not that I watched that game along with everybody else and as a thoroughly vetted knower of ball. I didn't just see Josh Allen doing incredible things. I didn't see Josh Allen making athletic plays with his legs. I didn't see Josh Allen escaping pressure and opening up the field and getting receivers open by both running and throwing them open. I did not see Josh Allen run 52 yards through the heart of the Steeler defense in order to score a touchdown.
Was his helmet intact afterwards? Did he get his helmet broken? No.
The ability
Wow, that was amazing.
to watch that game and watch that game as somebody who knows ball and go, that kid's had a good game. It's had a real good game.
You know, I think it's kind of sad every year that we're told, this is Josh Allen's year. This is Josh Allen's year. When's the last time he was in the Super Bowl? Oh, wait. No, he's never been there. All this hype every single year. And this is my problem with Josh Allen, aside from the fact that he plays for Buffalo, who I can't stand, is all the hype every single year. When is the hype going to get paid off? He's going to lose to Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs this week, and then they'll put the hype away. They'll put the memos away until around August when they start getting excited for Josh Allen again.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and open the floor up to you today. Okay? I'm going to open the floor up to you. Text line is 71307. Start your text with fan. Lonzo and I, we have now realized less than 15 minutes into the first show of the week. Lonzo and I have just both realized that we are relatively.
Hey, man, say my name right.
Alonzo and I have just realized.
Don't make me go Robert.
That we are diametrically opposed on the belief of the outcome of the Bills-Chiefs game this weekend. So,
shocker.
71307. What punishment should be on the line for the first and only Boo Box bets of this season?
We can't do that because you canceled it out. We know why, and so you can't just suddenly bring it back for like one game.
Sure, we can. Just did. 71-307.
Okay, make sure you guys put Mayo in there. You know why?
What punishment that does not have a risk for genuine bodily harm?
See, there it is. That's why we can't do it.
Should be on the line for Bills Chiefs, with Rob Brown taking the side of the home team Buffalo Bills, and the great one ride or dying with Patrick Mahomes. To the point that between those two quarterbacks this weekend, he said Josh Allen was the one who was whining on the football field. What should be the punishment between Zoe and I?
He was whining.
Bills Chiefs.
Why can't I beat Patrick Mahomes? All these people are praising me as they should because they got the memo. And why can't I beat Patrick Mahomes? Or why can't I beat Patrick Mahomes when it matters? I don't know. Maybe because you're not good enough. Maybe that's why.
71-307. Start your text with fan. You can go to Twitter at The Rob Brown Show, at Lonzo One Word. Leave it there. I will collect. I will gather. We will pick our favorite Boo Box bet punishment and break it out for this weekend's game. Your pick, y'all's pick. We'll see where it goes. Christian has joined the stream. Said, which quarterback will have a better game this weekend? Definitely Josh Allen. And local legend Jersey Joe pops in and says, sorry to say, Lonzo, but with the Chiefs exit Buffalo this weekend, they'll be exiting for the season.
You're right. Buffalo will be done for the season. You're absolutely right. And here's the thing. Where's Joe from? Where's Joe from?
Joycey.
Okay.
Hey.
Maybe a rooting interest there. Christian, I'm guessing probably a Bills Mafia member. I'm just guessing. I'm just guessing. Okay.
Texter says, how about a hair versus hair match? I would be good for that, except for I don't have any hair to hair v hair match.
Yeah, he keeps chopping and chopping and chopping.
It's all gone.
And plus, that's never happening. Ever.
Right. That's the other thing.
Unless the boss says this is the new Odyssey standard, you must cut your hair. Then there's going to be a lot of oldie stations that's going to have a problem because,
Texter says, can Lonzo even pretend to be unbiased? I hate Allen and the Bills, but come on, man. You're being salty towards a player even though you consider him inferior. Mahomes gets his ass kissed by the media enough. Yeah, he does.
First of all, how can I hide my bias when I'm wearing a number 15 jersey, Rob?
He came into work.
How can I do that?
He came into work dressed up. All right. Listen, I adore a Chiefs fan saying that Josh Allen is the guy who gets too much media love. I love it. It's my favorite thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, Patrick Mahomes doesn't even get enough on his own team. It's more Travis Kelce.
Sure.
I mean,
definitely.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely don't have to listen to Chris Collinsworth verbally fondle Mahomes even when he's calling not Chiefs games.
Yeah, but he does that for everybody. I mean, he's an equal opportunity fondler. Yes, he is. For sure. He's the one who started the Josh Allen craze. So, yes, he is. We came in. I got upset about the following day because of how much Chris Collinsworth kissed Josh Allen's butt. And you may not recall that that's who it was, but that's absolutely who it was.
Christian says, Lonzo's such a Swiftie.
Yeah, I'm not the one with the Taylor Swift sound on their board. That would be Rob.
It's so good, though. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got a lot.
Is it a bad thing to be a Swiftie? I'm not. She's how many billions of, so I don't have time to get in this right now, but I'll give you the cursory glance.
This weekend, me and about 14 fellas headed up to Asheville. We rented out a mansion just outside of the Biltmore, right? When I say mansion, dude, this place had a movie theater. It had like 6 different pinball machines. It had a pool table. It had a shuffleboard. It had a full-size basketball court. It had a putting green on its yard. It had everything. It had like 9 bedrooms. There were like 12 of us there. And we basically all sat in the movie theater the majority of the weekend watching football. And at one point, during
So
the
you
Chiefs
just
game,
suddenly had an idea to do this?
no, it's one of our buddies' 40th birthday.
Oh,
So
okay.
This was like
all right.
This
So
was his partay.
there was a reason. You
Yeah.
made it very spontaneous
Yeah.
there, and I mean,
So for our
it
buddies,
sounded so 1%er.
for our
You
buddy's
know,
40th
we decided
birthday,
to rent out the mansion.
we did. For our buddy's 40th birthday, about 12 of us rented out a mansion. We drove up to Asheville and spent the weekend in the woods. And there was a movie theater. We basically just watched sports in the movie theater and played pinball the whole time. It was spectacular. And at one point, one of the dudes started a Tay-Tay tracker where we were taking shots every time Taylor Swift was on TV. We had to quit. We had to quit that game because we were never going to make it through the night at the rate. And that's from somebody who
All right,
loves Tay-Tay.
so give me a comparison. Another celebrity and at another football game. That height of
Matthew
celebrity.
McConaughey at a Texas game is the only one we could come up with.
Okay, I was going to say because this is
No, that's not true. Jack Nicholson at a Lakers game, Matthew McConaughey at a Texas game, and neither one of those cats catches Tay-Tay screen time. Neither one of them does. Now, you should not be mad at Taylor Swift.
I was going to
for
say,
that.
who would you rather look at out of the three?
No one should be mad at Taylor Swift for this. It's not her call, right? But I really do wish the execs at these games would be like maybe once a quarter, but it's constant. It's constant. We stop. The drinking game we played during the Chiefs game was take a shot every time they played every time they showed Taylor on screen.
Yeah, but
and when
here's the
we
thing.
got to the bottom of whiskey bottle number 1 and it was halftime, we were like, no, can't do it.
Yeah, but you paid to watch it. So you paid for that.
Oh, do I have bad news about that, by the way?
Yeah, but still, you paid for it. So it wasn't like you could,
No,
I mean,
I don't listen. I don't care.
I know you
okay?
don't, because you're gonna play your sounder like 3,000 more times. Yeah, I mean,
I don't care. It doesn't bother me. The dudes in the room were getting furious about it
why?
because it did get to be a lot.
Why?
Like, show me the
I
football
don't-
game.
yeah, okay. Would you rather just see a crowd shot,
Here's the reality.
or would you rather go
If
back
Tay-Tay-
and show whoever's in the booth?
If Tay-Tay was dating Josh Allen, Lonzo would be stomping mad about it.
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah, he would.
I wouldn't. Here's the thing, though. Rob wouldn't be talking about it.
Yeah, I would.
No,
if
no,
they showed
no.
her 90 times during
You
the
know
Bills
why?
game, I would.
You know why? Because you would have got that memo that said, "Okay, don't."
Oh, yeah, I forgot that was the
don't overdo that.
the third thing in my sports overlord
Yeah,
email
yeah.
rundown this morning.
Well, it's part of the Josh Allen memo, of course. I mean, if that's he was dating Haley Steinfeld, so I mean, if they were showing Haley Steinfeld every few minutes, would you be upset?
Okay. Just I'm not losing my mind, right? I feel like I'm losing my mind right now, right? All right, we got to take a break.
What?
When we come back here in just a minute, let's take our first look at some of the NFL Wild Card Weekend games, winners, losers, and why. Texas says, Boo Box bet punishment, wear the opponent's quarterback's jersey for an entire day and stand on the corner of Garlington and Woodruff for an hour during lunch with a sign saying, I am a loser, whether or not a factor.
As someone who just is not completely recovered from illness, not doing that.
I can't. I can produce another show by myself. I really don't want to. Let's take a break. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Now, see, the difference here, Joe, is I don't dislike Patrick Mahomes. I like Patrick Mahomes. I do.
See, all these punishments are, I mean, all right, the majority of them are okay, but the wearing the other person's jersey, here's the thing. Do you know anyone who has a Josh Allen jersey? Because I'm not going to put $70 or whatever it is towards buying a jersey. I'm not going to do that.
We work in radio, fellas.
Yeah, I can't afford that. And plus, who do you know who has a Josh Allen jersey that would fit me? And I've worn jerseys when I've lost. I wore a Clemson jersey last year, and I had to borrow it, and it was tight. It's the first thing I do when I walk in.
I know it is.
I mean,
I'm not.
I appreciate you looking just in case, because obviously
double check.
I'm not in my right mind because I'm not praising Josh Allen. So
We'll get you there.
no, we won't.
You'll be
Ever.
you'll be a believer.
You never will get me there. No. And
I saw Alonzo's face. He was a believer.
A Bill Lever? Who's Bill Lever?
We had a guy that texted a lot named Bill Lever. I don't know where he went. I did not see that you had put the Fight Club intro in last Thursday. So I ended up one-shotting it or soloing it.
My bad.
No, it's way less good with just one person.
Yeah, no back and forth it's not fun. Because one of the more fun things about wrestling or the fight game period is being able to spar about it. See what I did there? Let me just check that because it may not be new. It's new. Or is it Timmy? Chumba. I did it right. Proof that I'm sick still. Whole lot of action going on.
Dude. Welcome back to the Rob Brown Show on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. Rob Alonzo with you on a fantastic Tuesday/Monday morning. It is Tuesday. Feels like a Monday. I do have a handful of notes from the weekend. Number one, how do we feel about what happened to Matt Stafford in that game? Stafford took a hit. It was really like a combo hit. He got rocked into a defensive tackle. The defensive tackle ran through him. Stafford went backwards, head hit turf, and I don't know if y'all saw it. I did when it happened. My dude got sent to another dimension for a second there, right? Stafford's eyes rolled back in his head. He had the fencer's pose. You know what we're talking about? Remember last year when it happened to Tua and Tua's arms kind of went T-Rex on him there?
Here's the thing, though, with that, and they slowed that down when you saw it. So you don't know how it could have been like that. It still happened, obviously. But when they showed it on replay, they slowed it down.
I don't disagree. I saw when it happened, I was like, that dude's out. Even if only for a second, that dude's out. And here's the question mark I have. I understand in real time, he was only out for like a second or two, but he very clearly was. And then he goes to the sidelines because that drive was over. He goes to the sidelines. He gets checked out. Carson Wentz is on the sideline getting warmed up, ready to go. He comes back out, and Stafford checks back in the game. And it's a weird spot because on one hand, you got the guys calling the game, talking about how he's got that dog in him, talking about how he's a gangster, he's tough, you're not taking him out, not out of this playoff game, not with a chance to beat Detroit on the road. He's a man. He's a G. You're not removing him like that. And I'm going, hasn't the last 7 years of the NFL's primary message been player safety in regards to head injuries, right?
But the thing is, he went in the tent, and didn't the independent doctor go in the tent with him?
Sure. And if they are rolling with
I'm not I'm just saying that all that happened.
correct,
And they said he was okay.
they took him into the med tent. They got the red hat checking him out. The red hat is an independent neurological expert who is the guy who gets the call about whether or not it goes back in. They did the same thing with Puka Nacua. Puka took a shot. Puka went to the sideline. Puka got checked out. The referees had made a note of that because when Puka came back on the field, by the way, what a freaking stud that dude is. When Puka came back out onto the field, the referee stopped the ball game. Was like, whoa, hold up. I didn't get the note he was good to go. Went to the sideline, had to get a message from the Red Hat that Puka had been cleared to return to the contest. And I'm looking at the Stafford situation, and I'm curious as to the process by which a player gets cleared. Because I have seen dudes not get KO'd, not have the fencers pose, be disqualified from the contest because of concerns over the head injury. And here's all I'm saying. It's an optics thing for the National Football League. It's an optics thing for the NFL. When you have made head injuries your most important issue for the past couple of years, for a dude to get KO'd, for a dude to get sent to the shadow realm, to have the fencers pose, to just kind of come back shortly after that, I kind of feel like it would behoove the NFL to explain to us what the process is, because it did not look great. And I'm not saying that they did not have a conversation with the Red Hat. The Red Hat didn't check him out and go, all right, he knows who the president is. He knows what day of the week it is. He was able to tell me how many fingers I was holding up. And they gave him the sign off. Maybe that's the case. But it is hard to watch, even if it was only for a couple of seconds. It is hard to watch Matt Stafford looking into some distant universe with his eyes glazed over and his hands in the T-Rex pose, stick out for a couple of plays and bounce right back in, when we still have the fresh memories of Tua Tagovailoa from last season. When we all thought that dude's eggs are scrambled, there's no chance he should be back out there. I thought it was a bad spot for the NFL because I put up a tweet where I'm like, when it happened, I'm like, yo, was it just me, or did Stafford get sent to the shadow realm for a minute? And a lot of people are like, yeah, no, that dude was knocked out. I had one dude in my Twitter mentions who was an MMA guy, a former MMA fighter. He's like, I've seen that pose. And if you do that pose during a fight, you're done. You're out. Good night. Goodbye. You lose. There's no, I only got knocked out for a second or two, and now I'm back to it. You go down and your face contorts and looks like that. Your hands come up and look like that. You're done, broski. You're out. DQ'd. Good night. Collect your prize, head to the hospital, get checked out, and go home and take a nap. So when the NFL's been spending that long telling us head injuries are the most important thing we can do, and that dude is just in the blue tent, right back out of the blue tent and into the game, it felt like a bad look. It kind of felt dirty. It kind of felt was anybody else, let me just put it this way. Were any of y'all concerned, or are there a bunch of you guys from the old school that are like, he could count to 5, he's fine, he's tough?
All right, so I had a little bit of both reactions. My first thought is what you were saying is they should just pull him. But at the same time, if you have those independent doctors in there to do what they're an expert in, and they say, hey, they're fine, then what else can you do? I mean, say if anyone shows any signs at all, they're done for the game. I mean, you could do that, but then that's subjective too.
No, I think what the NFL ought do in this spot, and I understand that it may not be a ton of fans that really give a darn, but I think you come out and you go, this is the process. And I don't know if they haven't done this. This may just be me not having dug into the topic that I'm upset about enough. But I feel like in a situation like that, so I'll put it this way. When Tyler Higbee gets hit in the leg and he's got a knee injury and he goes to the sideline, what do? We send Michelle Tafoya over there. She talks to the trainers. She talks to the doc. She talks to the player. She talks to the coaches. She talks to everybody. And she finds out what the injury is, what the severity of it is, and what's next for that guy, right? We've just been told by the whoever's training staff that player X has suffered a blank injury. He is questionable to return and is on his way to the training room to get this treatment. We'll update you when we can. And then a couple of plays later, they'll come back and they go, the Bills trainers have just told us that so-and-so has been downgraded to out because they found this. Or they've just told us that he's probable to return because they found this. Stafford gets his bell rung and it never gets talked about again, right? And maybe not, like maybe I missed it, but I watched that whole game. And after Stafford gets his bell rung and he's got to leave the contest for a minute, he checks back in and it never got brought back up, right? There was no point later in the game where Collinsworth or whoever was on the mic was like, well, you know, the training staff down there for the Rams has told us that Matthew Stafford passed his concussion test because yada, yada, yada. They just never bring it back up. And the point that I think I'm making here is if the NFL for 7 years says player safety when it comes to head injuries is our paramount concern, it really did feel like for another 2 quarters, they just ignored that QB was KO'd.
So should they have continually said, well, he was checked by the independent doctor and he's fine? Should they have dwelled on that?
No,
I mean, would that have made you feel better? I just don't know what they could have done that would have satisfied you.
I think you come out and you go, we got the report from the evaluator and it said this, right? It said he passed the test. They did this, they did that, and he passed his test. And listen, I know that neurological conditions are probably going to sail over the head of 92% of us like a Mason Rudolph pass.
I noticed you put us in there. You didn't mean it. You just wanted to throw yourself because as a science guy, of course you get it. But all of us,
I'm a big smart boy, but I'm not brain surgeon smart. All right, I'm talking about football on the radio smart. I'm not brain surgeon smart, but I do think that if you want to convince us that this is a major thing that you are concerned about, then just ignoring it is not a great play. Just ignoring it ever happened, never bringing it back up, never discussing it, isn't it? I think you could have some sort of way to either interview or send Michelle or whoever, or Tracy Wolfson or whoever, over to the evaluator and go, yo, tell us what happened. And he can go, all right, we gave him 7 standard tests. He passed all 7 of them. We determined that he was cognizant because the same thing we do every time a guy gets a rolled ankle. What do? We show him on the sideline. We show him on the stationary bike. We show him trying to run sprints and make cuts. And we get like 9 updates on this guy. From the injury to the first evaluation to the second evaluation to his physical response to the speed, to the this, to the that, until they either say he's doubtful or probable to return, or he's out or will return to the game. We get like 7 or 8 different updates. Do the same for the guy that we all just watched get KO'd. He wasn't staring at the ceiling lights. He wasn't staring at anything. Dude was asleep. He was catching Z's on the turf for a minute. And they just go about their day. Just go about their day. I don't know, man. Like, and maybe this is something that very few of us only care about. Like maybe there's a very small percentage of fans that look at that and go, I'm concerned. I have an issue with this, but I don't want the world to have more Junior Seaus. I don't want the world to have more Aaron Hernandez's. I don't want the world to have more of those types of stories because they're terrible, tragic, sad, depressing. And so when you have that moment that was, call it what it is, at least to me, scary as hell, and the dude just trots back out 20 seconds later and the team never discusses it, I'm like, it's uncomfortable at the least. Now, people don't have to change anything because I'm uncomfortable. But at the same time, it's kind of hard for me to take seriously the claim that you're doing everything in your power to protect these players when that moment happens and there's no information brought to the television broadcast. None, not a drop. We got to take a break. When we come back here in just a minute, I have a question for y'all. As I mentioned earlier, had a good time this weekend up in the hills of North Carolina with the boys. But something happened that got the competitive juices flowing of one Rob Brown. And I want to ask you, did I go too far? Did I take it too far in my quest to win? I'll ask you that when we come back. I'm Rob. He's the great Malonzo. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. This is the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, I'm going to step away for 45 seconds. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Thanks for hanging out, y'all. We're back. Steven, Matthew, Joe, welcome back, man. Christian, great to have everybody. To all y'all that are watching but not commenting, hello.
Say anything on Twitter.
You did.
Or the X. Or that one thing that the only thing that you pay attention to.
Notice Twitter. Man, Cube, how you gonna come out your own team like that, bro? That's messed up.
I didn't listen to it. I just saw the headline. That's, I mean, you know.
The Rob Brown Show carries on. It is the Fan Upstate. Rob and Lonzo and you, the opening salvo of the week. So, this weekend, it was a buddy's 40th birthday. And so about 12 of us went up to Asheville, North Carolina, and had a little bro retreat. We got a big mansion up in the hills. Nice place. Had a movie theater inside of it. Had a game room with like pinball machines and arcade games and a pool table and a shuffleboard table. It had a putting green outside. It had a full basketball court as a driveway. It was very nice. And when I got there on Friday evening, I worked the Swamp Rabbit game Friday night, and then I drove up to the mansion. And when I got there, the boys were already all in. We had a lot of combined party favors. We enjoyed ourselves. And as the evening was winding down, one of the fellas in the group pointed out that they had snagged the second highest score on the pinball machine. And I was like, why are you bragging about getting second place? And he goes, because the guy in first place had 40 million more points than the guy in second. And from second down, all the scores were separated by, $500,000, $250,000. And he said, I don't think we're going to touch the high score. And I lost it. So I jumped on the pinball machine. It is 3:45 in the morning when the fellas decide probably a good spot to call it a night. We're all getting up early tomorrow. We're doing a little brunch. We're coming back to the house. We got football all day to watch in the movie theater. We're gonna gamble together. We're gonna hang out. It's gonna be great. 3:45 in the morning, they go to bed. I go to bed at 5:30 in the morning, Saturday morning, because there was no shot I was going to bed without getting that high score. Twice I got within like 1 million points, but I wasn't there. I ended up, before I went to bed at 5:30, Lonzo, with places 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, all with my initials. Could not get the guy at number 1. Eventually had to call it because I had been awake for 26 consecutive hours at that point. So I called it. All right. Went to bed. I'm like, that's it. Getting it tomorrow. So we got up the next day around noon because we're adults. And one of the fellas is like, all right, we're getting a big buffet of subs for everybody. Right. The subs show up. We're all going to sit around the table, just kind of hang out, be bros. And as we're eating lunch, though, the only thing I can think of is I got to get back to that machine, man. Got to get back to that machine. The fellas are like, hey, we're going to go up, lift some J's on the basketball court. You in? I was like, no, y'all have a good time. I'll be in the basement. I got to hit the pinball machine. Every now and then, they'd come down, check. I'm slamming away at this thing. Scores 2 through 10 belong to me. Could not get it. Football games start. It's the only thing I can break away from to do is watch football. I got to watch football. So I skip it. I'm watching football. And there's like 30 minutes between the two Saturday games, right? It's like 30 minutes of difference between the two games. What do I do with my 30 minutes? I'm back on the machine. All right. Second game starts. Dolphins are playing. Finish that game. And they go, hey, we're going to play some poker. Do you want in? $20, $20 buy-in. Everybody's playing. And I went, no. Now, the pinball machine's right by the poker table, right? It's like a full-size poker table. I'm like, nope, I can chat with you guys while I'm playing. I'm hammered. They finish poker. I'm on the pinball table. I can't get it. Can't get to number one. I keep getting a new second score. I keep inching closer. Can't get it. Finally, Saturday night, knowing that checkout is at 10 a.m., finally, about 3:45, 4 o'clock, most everybody's called it a night. It's me and one other dude, because he's like, I want in. Alternating turns on this pinball table, trying to get to number one. I finally got there, Zoe, at 5:49 a.m. on Sunday morning with a checkout time of 10 a.m. But I got to number one. My question is, am I a bad bro? Because the majority of the time that everybody was hanging out, and again, we were all kind of in the same area. Like all the fun stuff to do was on one floor of the house. It was all down in the basement level. We were all in the same area. But I put in probably a solid 6 to 8 hours of pinball time just so I could leave that house with my initials next to the number one spot. Does that make me a bad bro?
No, it's, if anything, it shows that you have perseverance. You had a goal. You wanted to beat that goal, or more importantly, you wanted to beat the guy who said that no one could beat it. If that guy hadn't said that, chances are you probably didn't do all that.
I wouldn't have been committed to it. I think I probably still like occasionally would have checked in. I'd be like, all right, let me give it one more. Let me give it a game. But when dude said, I don't think we're going to get this, it became a mission to me.
All right. I've seen you play pinball, so I think it's a miracle you got there.
Dude, listen.
Because I saw some, we went to the pinball the video game museum, pinball museum in Simpsonville, and Rob got angry a few times at some of the tables. So I can imagine that there were some words said when you get that close and didn't meet it.
It's like, for me, and you've seen this too, it's like bowling, Zoe. Every now and then, Rob's going to pop a score that's got a 2 out on the front of it, right? Sometimes it's 220, sometimes it's just 20, right? It's hit or miss for me. Pinball's the same way. There are games I'm going to be up there at 17, 18, 20 million points. There's games I'm going to end at a milli and not even get on the board. And they alternate back and forth. When I got within, a 250,000 points of what was labeled an unattainable high score, it was just on. But like, I realized on the drive home, I'm like, man, I didn't play poker with the fellas. I didn't play shuffleboard with the boys. I wasn't throwing darts with the guys. I was locked in solo on this pinball machine. Like, we were still talking, chatting, yakking it up, having a good time. But it's all I did. Did I go too far? Have you had any discussions with any of the guys after? I mean, since then, since you've been back? They made fun of me for being obsessive, which is correct and fair.
If they are people who are acquainted with you, they already knew that.
Yeah, correct. Like, it wasn't out of the norm that they were making fun of me for being as locked in as I was. But also,
all right, the celebration. The celebration when you finally did
No,
it.
it was 5:45 in the morning. There was me and one other dude
So
that were
you,
awake.
you didn't say or do anything
No,
after you got it.
literally when I hit it and it rang it up and was like, congratulations, high score. And I entered the initials. I grabbed my stuff. I walked into I was sleeping in the movie theater because I was the last person to get there. I was the odd man out with the bed. So I was sleeping in a movie theater recliner. I grabbed my stuff. I walked to the movie theater. I laid down in the recliner and I went to bed because I knew, bro, you got like 2.5 hours before you got to get up and help clean this house up to leave. There was no celebration. It was me and one other dude. We did not say anything to each other. We just walked away from the machine and that was it. Like I feel like it was an accomplishment, but like
so what you're saying is winners expect to be there. So you got where you expected to be and then you walked away.
No, I don't even think so. Like had I hit that number on day one, I think I'd have lost my mind. I put probably over 2 days, legitimately 7 to 8 hours of time into this machine that could have been spent playing poker, throwing darts, hitting shuffleboard.
Did you waste your money?
No, it's a free pinball machine.
No. You put in money to go up there, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, do you feel like you wasted your money?
No, I mean, we had a great time. Like the football was good. I made the majority of what I spent on my portion of the Airbnb back on gambling because I laid hard, thank you very much, into the Chiefs plus 3.5. So I made a ton of money back on that game. Felt real good. But it was less about that and more about did my competitiveness create a monster that, what was the old lady used to write letters into and she would tell you if you were...
Dear Abby?
Yes. It's like I lived a life that Dear Abby would have wanted to fight me in the parking lot over.
This is a sports show on the sports station. This is what we come to expect, competitiveness. I don't think you did anything out of order.
I'll accept it. We got to take a break. When we come back here in hour number 2, it is time for the water cooler cheat sheet. Texter said, how about some football talk maybe? Well, we gave you 42 minutes of that and then 8 minutes of pinball talk. I will talk football. When we come back, Lonzo will talk football right now.
The NFL wildcard weekend provided some upsets, including last night's late game. Former Carolina Panther Baker Mayfield led division rival Tampa to a 32-9 win over the Eagles. Mayfield went 22 of 36 for 337 yards and all 3 Tampa touchdowns, while the Tampa defense held Philly to just 3 field goals. The Buffalo Bills knocked off the Pittsburgh Steelers team led by third-string quarterback Mason Rudolph and no T.J. Watt, 31-17. Josh Allen threw 3 touchdown passes and ran in another from 52 yards out. 5 different Buffalo receivers had double-digit yards. Tune in tomorrow at 5:30 as the Furman Paladins basketball team takes on VMI right here on your home for Furman Paladin Sports, the Fan Upstate. By the way, still time to vote in the poll. Is it Patrick Mahomes or is it Josh Allen? Don't put that kind of pressure on me, Steven. It's all your fault. I'm just glad I did it without coughing. That is an accomplishment for me.
I probably shouldn't be.
No, because when he did, I was going to do that myself, and so he stole it, and it threw me a little bit.
Blew up his spot.
Yeah. So no, really, I was just trying to because I was just trying to make it through without coughing or having a sneezing fit, which I did. So accomplishment to me. So what I got done a little bit early. That's what the bed's for. And I filled it by pushing the pole that Rob put up without telling anybody, just to see what would happen. And he forgot about it, so now he's checking it.
Yep.
I'll say I need to see how this times out, but I knew good and well we were like 3 minutes over.
Yeah, I was going to say.
He just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Vamos a tener mucha diversión. And that means we're going to have so much fun. Gracias, Babel.
Babel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Just go to Babel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babel.com. Babel.com. Babel.com.
So the question is, if someone put in Pinball Wizard while you were playing, would you have gotten there faster? Because I don't think you can play poorly while that song is playing.
No, we had music bumping throughout the basement the whole time. So, like, there was a constant stream of everything from Lil Yachty to Rush playing background. There was no shortage of hype music. There was no shortage of monsters. There was no shortage of imbibery. I will tell you that the high score came after a number of glasses of whiskey, and it just, once again, thoroughed my theory that the less you think about a thing, the more comfortable you get doing it, and the more comfortable you get and the less you think, the better you are at it.
The title to my last chapter is Rob Brown, Pinball Wizard. You're welcome. I've been off a couple of shows too, Steven, so we're right there together. Smith and James in the first break.
10-4.
You know I'm truly sick when I miss Saturday. Or that's the first time I've ever left in the middle of a show in my entire
Really?
26 years.
We were here for history, y'all.
Yeah, I couldn't stay awake. That's not a good look. And that just, yeah.
And away we go, ladies and gentlemen, with our numero dos, the money hour of the Rob Brown Show goes now. This, my friends, is the fan upstate.
Hey, Rob, is there any team that Ric Flair doesn't root for?
Big Michigan / South Carolina / North Carolina / Florida guy. Big Tampa Bay / Carolina Panthers / Atlanta Falcons.
I just want to say
shout
out to RG3 for marking out for Ric Flair being there.
I was told.
Oh, so you didn't see it? Oh, he marked out.
I did not. Let me tell you what happened. The Tampa Bay game ended. We had a 20-minute break till the next kickoff, and Rob, shockingly, absolutely blew the diet this weekend, because of course I did, right? Dude's weekend, we were going bananas. Of course I did. So the lady friend and I were like, all right, tomorrow's technically Monday, though it's Tuesday. We get back on the wagon. Let's just have another blowout, right? So Rob got in the car and he went to go grab a burger and some Cajun fries from the local burger joint. And when I was halfway there, when I got there, I opened my phone. I've got a text from the Madre. It is a picture of the TV screen with RG3 and the Nature Boy. I was like, sweet. Good for RG3, right? And she's like, apparently RG3 saw Rick and chased him down to get him to come on TV with him. And she's like, why does that strike me as a thing that you do? And I was like, because it absolutely is.
Also a thing that Ric Flair would do. TV time? Yeah, I'm there.
I'll do that.
Yeah.
Hey, Rick, I got a camera in my... I'm in! Whoa! Ladies and gentlemen, it is 7:05. It is inside of an hour away from, I don't know, I don't want to call it the worst part of your day, but certainly not your highlight, that moment where you clock in at the office and then you're hopefully within just a couple of hours of one of the best parts of your day. That is, of course, that first smoke break, that first water cooler break, that first whatever you call it break when you gather around with your coworkers and you start talking sports. And for that moment in your life, you need this moment in your life. You need the water cooler cheat sheet.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
You hear that?
"Inconceivable!" Their first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
It is a water cooler cheat sheet, the 3 top sports stories that you need to know before you go start talking sports with your friends on this, the 16th day of July, 2024. Let us begin, my friends, with item number 1. The NFL's divisional round is now set and scheduled. CJ Stroud and his Houston Texans, by way of absolutely laying it down this past weekend. There was no question that Houston was the better team. I thought Cleveland was going to blow up CJ's spot. I thought Cleveland was going to have the Rook running for his life. The only running CJ did was victory laps around the field. 45-14, your final. Joe Flacco may have decided, I kind of miss my kids after that game. Their reward, they are on the road this weekend. They travel to see Lamar and the Baltimore Ravens. That game will open up our Saturday slate at 4:30 p.m. The Green Bay Packers went to the Big D, and I do mean Dallas. Hey, listen, the 48-32 scoreline makes it sound like it was close. It was not. And here you go, ladies and gentlemen, a recording of Jerry Jones in his post-game interview. It did not go great for the Big D. I suspect that we are going to hear some news about Mike McCarthy later on today or tomorrow, because I can't see a world in which he keeps his job after the Dallas Cowboys looked like jobbers against the Green Bay Packers. The reward for the Pack for going to Dallas and getting the dub. By the way, since we switched to the Super Wild Card Weekend format, since we switched to the 8-team format, Dallas is the only team to lose to a 7 seed. There have been 8 competitions so far with a 7 seed involved. The only 1 seed, well, I guess 2 seed, to drop one against the 7 seed is Dallas.
Congratulations, Dallas.
Hey, they like to make some history in Arlington, don't they? And as a reward,
How about them Cowboys?
for the Green Bay Packers becoming the first 7 seed to win a wild card round game, they get to go on the road. They get to go visit the San Francisco 49ers. That game will be 8:15 on Saturday. Then on Sunday, another couple of matchups. Last night, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers clobbered the Philadelphia Eagles in the second largest collapse in NFL history.
Baker!
Ever so humble yet frequently correct.
I had to see if I could.
No,
do
it was fine.
Yeah.
You nailed it.
Yeah.
The Philadelphia Eagles went from 10-1 to 1-and-done. 32-9 is your final in that one. Baker throws for 337 yards in the contest last night. He was also accountable for every Tampa Bay touchdown in the process, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers will get to go on the road. Where to, pray tell? That, of course, would be Detroit, Michigan. Eminem and everybody else in the building in Detroit as they knock off the Rams 24-23, your final. A big one and a good one. I thought that was going to be the game of the weekend. I think it absolutely turned out to be that way. Detroit, Dan Campbell, kneecaps bitten. They win their first home playoff game in 31 seasons. They have to wait just 1 week for the next.
With all the blowouts that we saw, that was by far the best game.
Easy.
Yeah.
Easy. And I suspect that one's Tampa Bay at Detroit next week's got a potential to be real good as well. And then on Sunday, ladies and gentlemen, the showdown I've all been waiting for. Josh Allen will square off with Patrick Mahomes one more time again, but this time, for the first time in the postseason, it'll be Josh Allen that rolls out the red carpet and welcomes Patrick Mahomes into his yard. Highmark Stadium in Orchard Park, New York, will play the role of host as the Kansas City Chiefs go on the road to square up with the Buffalo Bills. How'd we get here? Well, Kansas City beat the hell out of Miami. 26-7 was your final in a game that was way, way, way more crappy than it would have been if they played it inside. And, of course, the Buffalo Bills destroy the Pittsburgh Steelers 31-17 in a game that felt much the very same way. Those two teams move on. They square off. That game is at 6:30 on Sunday.
Way to get your little dig in there. Your little dig.
It's not a dig, it's a fact.
Your little dig about weather.
Not a dig, it's a fact. They looked miserable. Miserable.
There's nothing more manly than having your quarterback go down the field, have his helmet hit, and it's so stinking cold outside that a piece buffs off of it. That's football. Not that pansy stuff that Rob wants to play. Oh, let's all be in a dome where the environment is so nice and 72 degrees. Come on, let's play some man football.
You just sit at home in your grandma's basement with the drawers on, typing on your damn keyboard. Shut the hell up.
It don't work. You can't do that against. I'm being manly right now, not nerdy.
Yeah.
So what you're doing doesn't apply. What you're doing is nerdy. What you're doing is nerdy. Everybody needs a dome. Stop that.
It sucks.
Daggum sissy talk.
Sorry about my language.
Item number 2. The Atlanta Falcons are on a quest for a new head coach after they moved on post week 18, and a division was right there for the taking for Atlanta, and Arthur Smith just couldn't get it done. So he is no longer in charge. That means that the other Arthur Blank, is in a spot where he's got to find a guy. And most NFL teams with coaching vacancies have begun their interview process. The Atlanta Falcons are in that number. Who, pray tell, Rob Brown, did they interview first and foremost? The answer, the hoodie.
Yeah, I wanted to do the hoo-hoo thing, but if I go high-pitched, I'm going to start coughing. Hey, they're the only team that got an interview with him, though, right?
Atlanta.
So far.
Let me talk to you for just a minute, ATL. I am a New Orleans Saints lifelong fan. I was wrapped and swaddled in a Saints blanket when I was born. I am literally from birth a Saints fan. I enjoy seeing you miserable. I really do. I enjoy seeing you suffer. I really do. It's fun for me. I made a joke this weekend during the Rams-Lions game about missed calls in the game, costing the Rams lulls.
There were missed calls in every single game.
100%.
So,
the refereeing has sucked in the NFL this weekend. And, of course, I had a dude who took me very seriously and was like, this is why I don't listen to local radio, because you got a bias and you're dumb. And I was like, dude, Twitter is about making it about me.
He didn't,
okay?
He didn't call you dumb, did he?
Yes.
He actually, dude.
I said, Twitter is about
You want
me.
I should go mess him up?
No, I don't care.
Okay. All right.
Unfollow me and don't listen. Bye-bye. Twitter is about making it about yourself. That is literally the goal of that website, is how do I make this about me? And I made a joke because many listeners feel like Rob hates my team. No, I don't. It's far worse. I don't care about your team at all, with a couple of exceptions, Atlanta being the primary one. So you can take it from me as a Saints fan that I, knower of ball, want you to know this. If you hire Bill Belichick, you are going to stink for 3 more years. Okay? If you hire Bill Belichick to coach your team, you are going to remain in a eternal state of mid.
Hold. You are disparaging arguably the greatest NFL coach of all time? How could you do that?
I'll tell you, because it's real easy. It is no longer a question whether it was Brady or Hoodie that made the Patriots go. It was Brady. Now, Belichick did one thing that allowed Brady to be Brady. Belichick squashed everything in the locker room that wasn't centered around making Tom Brady better. If a guy popped off, he was no longer a Patriot. If an administrator tried to do anything outside of what Bill wanted done, that guy was gone. Bill cut out everything in the locker room that did not have the objective of improving Tom Brady's quality of life. And when Tom Brady took off, Hoodie couldn't do it anymore. Why? Because Bill Belichick, respectfully, when it comes to coaching, is a dinosaur. He coaches like it is the 70s and the 80s. It is not. It is the 2020s, damn near the mid. Actually, it is the mid 2020s. And I mean mid the years, not mid the coaching job of Bill Belichick for the past 3 seasons. Atlanta has an interview with Hoodie they conducted this weekend. I am telling you, as a Saints fan, if you hire this guy, you will be stuck in a state of mid for which the exit moves further and further away every day Hoodie's in charge.
You didn't say that. Tell me you did not just say that.
As a Saints fan, I do hope you hire Hoodie because there's 2 wins a year for my team, okay? 2 wins a year for my boys if you bring in the belly. If you don't bring in the Belichick, you've got a chance. You've got a shot. You've got a lot of talent on that team. Atlanta, do not hire Bill Belichick. Let him go to Dallas and let the Dallas fans suffer a little bit more. Don't do it to yourself.
Are there any AFC openings? Because I think he's going to go to the AFC because he wants to play the Patriots some more.
I think you think that matters far more than it does to him. I think the only thing he cares about is trying to prove that I had an impact. It wasn't all Brady. And I don't think he can do it. I don't. Whether he's got the Patriots on the schedule a time or 2 a year or not, it's not going to matter. He don't got it.
So he couldn't win in Dallas?
Nope.
There's no team out there that Belichick.
Nope.
None.
It's got nothing to do with the teams and everything to do with the Hoodie. His X's and O's are archaic and do not work. It's that simple to me. We got to wrap it up. Item number 3 on the water cooler cheat sheet. Chiefs Dolphins was on Peacock this weekend. If you missed it, it's because you didn't have Peacock this weekend. Turned out pretty good game. Pretty good game till it wasn't.
Did you already have Peacock?
I did already have
Yeah,
Peacock.
so did I. So, I mean.
That's because we're wrestling people.
Exactly.
But the non-wrestling people who liked football were either A, calling around to their buddies going, could I have your password? Please, could I have your password? Or B, they threw the $5.99 1 month price or whatever it was with it. They will, in 1 month, forget to cancel their subscription, have a $29 charge come down the pipe, fight it and lose, yada, 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 whatever. Here's the point. According to NBC. Saturday night's Kansas City Miami wildcard playoff game averaged 23 million viewers. Now, there is an important caveat to this that does include both the stream number and NBC's numbers on their local affiliates in Kansas City and Miami that carried the game. So there were 23 million people watching this game. We do not know the exact number that was on the stream versus the number that were watching on the two NBC affiliates in the two cities of the games involved. Now, there is some interesting stuff here. Earlier in that day, NBC also broadcasted the Texans-Browns game. That was on Just TV. 29 million viewers. It outpaced Kansas City, Miami by 6 million. But, of course, there's a bunch of casual fans that said, hey, I'll watch it on TV. I'm not going to watch it if I got to pay for it, right? I'm not pay-per-viewing a football game, which is effectively what this is. What this is?
That's what this whiz, yo.
When something was and
Yeah.
is, it's whiz. 23 million means to me, great one, we're about to start getting more streaming sports.
Which is exactly what you called for, for
Years
the national championship. Whatever conversation we were having last week, it's a little muddy for me. But about Amazon Prime or some other streaming service getting national championship game or playoff games or anything like that.
So that was a connected but different conversation. That was about the competition for broadcast rights.
But what I'm saying is this is proof that you may be right, that people will be willing to pay for that in order to watch the thing.
And the thing here is,
and all the olds just have to deal with it.
There is
just paraphrasing Rob there.
There is a balance between as big a number as you can get in order to sell advertisements and as big a number as you can get of people paying you for the rights to that game, and that being a workaround for advertising numbers, right? If I can make $100 million on advertisements, or I can have exclusive rights and I can get $50 million in subscription fees and $75 million in advertisements, sure, I'm going to lose $25 million in advertisement revenue, but I'm picking up $25 or $50 million in subscription. I'm actually ahead of the curve. You are going to see at some point in the very near future much more important games going to the stream, because I don't know that they're pulling 23 mil for, let's say, a week 7 contest between the Chiefs and the Dolphins, right? I don't think they're getting 23 million for that spot, but this is a playoff game. This is lose and go home, win and go on. This game mattered a lot. And if they did those numbers, imagine what those numbers do if it's an AFC title
And
game.
by the way, it was one of the marquee games because Miami was supposed to be good. And they have been good all year long. They're just not good on the road and in the cold. Yeah. There's that. Yeah.
Tua drops to, 0-5 in games that are below 40 degrees now? Stop playing games in the snow. We got to take a break. We'll come back here in just a minute. Got a few more stories that I want to get into, including, ladies and gentlemen, handing out some hardware next. It's Tuesday. That means it's time for some
That is not real.
awards, and we'll give them out next on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, quick live read, then we're coming right back. Don't go anywhere. I don't know, man. He's got that good baby face.
I think he needs I think you put a beard on him.
I think he looked like a baby face with a beard.
I just think he needs one.
See, I think with hair that good, with hair that perfect, like a beard takes away from how good that hair is.
It could also accentuate it.
The Rob Brown Show carries on. It is the Fan Upstate. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Ever so wonderful to have you here on a beautiful Upstate Tuesday morning. A little rainy. Road's going to be a little bit slippery this AM. We do have some small storms in the area, so please be careful when you get headed out to the office this morning. It is Tuesday, and on Tuesdays, ladies and gentlemen, we like to celebrate the best athletic performances of the weekend of the week. We do so by handing out our
That is not real.
awards for the week. Let us begin. And obviously, we will focus to start on our NFL Wild Card Weekend performances. Who?
I'm gonna get it.
Who?
I will get it.
Could we give it to in the Houston Texans 45-14 demolition job of the Cleveland Browns? But CJ Stroud, efficient with the football. They didn't ask him to throw it 35 times. They asked him to throw it 21. He completed 16 of those for 274 yards and 3 touchdowns. One of them went to Nico Collins, who gets the TMFINR award this weekend. 6 grabs, 96 yards, and a touch. Devin Singletary had 13 carries and 66 yards, but it was all facilitated through and because of an elite rookie quarterback who goes by the name
That is not real.
CJ Stroud.
My opinion, no question, best quarterback performance of the weekend.
No, it was not.
Oh, without no one came close to what CJ Stroud did.
No, that's just certifiably untrue.
I don't know what.
Certifiably untrue.
Okay.
Jordan Love had, by the way, the exact same numbers.
I know,
and
that's
he did
wild,
it
isn't it?
on the road at Dallas. So even of those two,
But
you got to give credit to Jordan Love.
Technically a rookie, also Jordan Love.
Yes, I don't disagree. Oh, listen, I'm not knocking the performance of CJ Stroud. I'm just saying
it sounded like you were doing because you're
Not at
saying
all.
that I'm wrong. So
correct.
and I'm not.
correct.
I'm not.
I would say
Those-
Baker's 337 and 3 touchdowns.
That was
better.
only impressive to people outside of this room. You and I expected that
Doesn't make it not
because
impressive.
he's Baker, but that's what he does.
Either way, CJ Stroud
That is not real.
is not real. Let's go over to Miami taking on Kansas City. I'm going to give it to not Patrick Mahomes. I'm going to give it Kansas City to Rashee Rice. Rashee Rice had a freaking day. 8 snags, 130 yards, and a touchdown. I would have liked to have seen Rashee find the end zone another time or two, frankly, because he deserved it. Why? Because every time that Patrick Mahomes was in trouble, number 4 appeared like the Falcon out of a portal on your left, Cap, and happened to be there waiting for him. Rashee Rice was the key to this game. Isaiah Pacheco had a decent game. 24 carries, 89 yards, and a touch. Travis Kelce finally decided to show back up. 7 snags for 71 yards.
By the way,
Kansas
presence
City-
of mind when he was on top of the player to go, I'm not down, and get up and get some more yards.
I mean, there were some good performances out of Kansas City. In fact, I should probably even give one to the Chiefs defense as a whole, keeping Miami to just 7 points. But
The most accurate quarterback in football was not good.
20 of 39, 199, a touch and a pick for Tua Tagovailoa, a QBR of less than 16 on the day. I'm also going to give a lot of credit to that, to sub-zero temperatures. but that's another discussion for another segment of the show.
Yeah, because Patrick Mahomes was also throwing in that and did pretty well. So.
He did fine. About 55%, 262, 1 touchdown, no interceptions, a QBR of 88. It was a fine day.
You just went Lou Holtz on that QBR.
I really did. QBR. Rashee Rice.
That is not real.
Is not real and carried Kansas City in that game. Let's go to Green Bay. Let's go to the Big D, and I do mean Dallas. Who else could I give it to but Aaron Jones of the Green Bay Packers? 21 totes, 118 yards, just a tick shy of 6 yards per carry and 3 touchdowns on the day. Listen, Jordan Love had an absolute day. 16 of 21, 272, 3 touchdowns. I'm going to Jordan Love into this one. Sometimes you've got a winner and a co-winner. I am going to say Aaron Jones was such a threat out of the backfield that the field had to open up for Jordan Love to take full advantage. Aaron Jones.
That is not real.
With a tender nod of the head to Jordan Love. Let's go to Rams, Lions. Jared Goff had himself a day in this one. 22 of 27, 277, and a touchdown. I'm trying my best. I mean, it almost feels like I'm going to give a co-MVP, a co-out to Matt Stafford. It feels like I'm going to give one to Puka Nacua, 9 for 181. Amon-Ra St. Brown, 7 for 110. I, frankly, Lonzo, have 4 guys on this list from this game that could catch a TMFINR award. Stafford, 25 of 36, 367, 2 touchdowns. Goff, 22 of 27, 277, and a touchdown. St. Brown, 7 grabs, a $110. Puka Nacua, 9 of 181. I have been bouncing this around in my head. I think I got to give it to Puka, right? I think I got to give it to Puka Nacua. Stafford was 367, but part of that was because Puka Nacua was undefendable in this one. Over half of the yardage, or right at half of the yardage, went to Puka Nacua. 9 grabs, a $181 and a tutty, and probably could have had more. No, by the way, he was banged up in this game and still put up those numbers. Lonzo, do we give it to Puka?
I think you've met your Puka quota.
That is not real.
That was like 17 Pukas right in there.
You were correct when you said that people just like to say Puka Nacua.
Puka.
That is not real.
Puka Nacua, 9 grabs, a $181 and a touch is going to be your award winner from that game. Let's go to the Bills and the Steelers. I want to say there really wasn't one in this game, but there was. And the number's not going to jump out at you, especially if you're Lonzo, but it's Josh Allen that gets this one. 21 of 30 for 203 yards. That maybe doesn't blow you off the chart, but the 3 touchdowns, a 92 QBR, a 121 rating, and oh, by the way, 74 yards and a 52-yard touchdown run on the ground in which he gutted, sliced, diced, and thoroughly embarrassed the Pittsburgh Steelers defense. You may say it if you want, but Josh Allen
that is not real.
catches the TMFINR.
Oh, wow. Way to go. No TJ Watt, half that defense, hurt. Good job. I would have, if you deserved that award, you should have did a lot more than what you did, because unimpressive. Unimpressive to the point of boredom, hence the crickets.
Remind me after the show, no reason to grab another Taylor Swift soundbite. The haters gonna hate.
Like, I need to remind you to listen to Taylor Swift.
Don't worry. I got it. Philly, Tampa, ladies and gentlemen, There is no question about this one. There is no debate about this one. Baker bleeping Mayfield. 22 of 36, 337, 3 touchdowns. By goodness, Carolina Panthers, if only someone would have had the rocks to tell you, you don't have a Baker problem. You have a Carolina problem. If only there was a way to say, hey, guy who played quarterback last year, who looked a lot like the guy who played quarterback this year, who really struggled, then went on to carry his team to a divisional title, then went on to put up 337 and 3 touchdowns in a playoff game against the team that went to the Super Bowl last year. Maybe it's a Carolina problem. You know who doesn't have a problem? Baker!
That is not real.
I need you to stop taking all the credit for it. That was us. We said all that. You just taking all the credit. I know your names, but I was there and I was doing the same thing. It's like I'm invisible.
Right, but you are all year dropping Macho Man elbows on BY as if he is a problem.
Yeah, but
when
here's
you are staring
because
in
he's
the face
because he's
of
not
a guy
CJ Stroud.
who just proved that's not the case.
Right, but because he's not CJ Stroud, and nor shall he ever be.
Can he be Baker Mayfield? Because Baker just threw 337 and 3 tutties in a playoff game.
All that stuff aside, I don't know.
Can he be Baker
I
Mayfield?
really don't know.
See, I think he can.
His footwork hasn't improved. He looks afraid. He looks lost. We'll see what happens if they get a decent coach in there.
You would also be afraid and lost if you played behind that offensive line. That is the point.
No.
That
if I play,
is the point.
here's the thing. You and I, we play behind that offensive line. We don't stay planted in a spot. We're moving. We're panicking. We're running somewhere. So
yeah, that's
anyway.
what he did because he didn't have
No, he just kind of stood there.
a choice. I have one basketball TMFINR award I want to give away because from this point forward, we have fewer and fewer football games until 4 weeks from now when we have no más football.
Stop saying it.
Which means that, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to begin our slow but inevitable, painful yet necessary transition to the world of basketball. I have one guy.
Wait, we got the UFL this year, man. It's United.
You may be as sarcastic as you like. I'm in.
Thank you. I
I'm
didn't need permission for that, but thank you.
I am in for spring football.
Say hello to the bad guy.
I will be drilling you with spring football. One basketball TMFINR award I want to hand out after multiple weeks out of the game. Jimmy Buckets. Jimmy Butler returns to the Miami Heat. They knock off the Brooklyn Nets 96-95 in that game. 8 of 12 from the field, 15 of 16 from the free throw line as Jimmy Buckets scores 31. But that, dudes and dudettes, that is not why I am handing him a TMFINR award. I am handing him a TMFINR award. And those of you on the stream, you will see first, Lonzo, this is the Jimmy Buckets player page on the 4-letter. Would you please take a gander up at the headshot that Jimmy Butler is elected to use for this season?
It's Emo Jimmy.
It's Jimmy Butler Emo Edition. I saw this
All
morning.
right, take that down before,
No, we're fine. You're allowed to show that.
Yeah, we'll see.
As a YouTube expert. Jimmy Buckets rolling with the Fallout Boy haircut as his chosen headshot this year. Jimmy Butler
That is not real.
is not real. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there's your TMFINR awards. Who did we miss? Who should we hand one to? Who would you like to be added to the list? UNC Chris Tech said, Lonzo, get that haterade coming through an IV this morning. Feels like it, doesn't it, Chris?
And Hater Tots.
Feels like
Let's not forget the Hater Tots.
Oh, I lost my there.
They like to drink their haterade and eat their hater tots.
There it is. I forgot I had that clip.
The haters.
Got to have a balanced breakfast of hate.
They like to drink their haterade and eat their hater tots.
Back after this to wrap up hour 2 of the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. I forgot about the haterade and hater tots.
Josh Gasm! Oh my God! Oh my God.
Joshgasm.
I have never seen.
There's the thing we
I
say
have
now.
never seen a quarterback do such an amazing thing. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Really wanted them to play another Joshgasm.
Guys all just forgot about this guy in Baltimore who actually, does that type of stuff all the
Lamar,
time.
baby.
Yeah.
I have been the biggest Lamar hyper this year.
Well, until
Hey,
this
none of
week
y'all
when he
hype.
loses, because
He ain't losing this weekend.
yeah, he don't win in the
What
playoffs,
are we
just like
talking about
Josh don't win in the
6:20
playoffs.
segment? Do you remember?
More playoffs. It was NFL playoffs, the first two segments, followed by pinball. Because you're a wizard.
I'm a pinball wizard. I'm a pinball wizard.
Now you want to go make that song just for you, not for anyone to hear it. Just that over and over again. I have no idea what happened at Raw last night, except for reports that Seth Rollins got hurt. Legitimately.
Saw that too.
Which could mess up a lot of stuff for them. He's going to lose that belt pretty soon anyway, but
Who are you putting it on?
Jinder, just to mess with Tony Khan.
Don't hinder gender.
Exactly.
Ramp.com/free. 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 Our forests are an economic engine that creates wealth, provides jobs, and contributes to the
How do you think he does it? I don't know.
Make up what's called the wood basket of the world, producing more wood than any other single country on earth. Forestry is a pillar of our state's economy, employing more than 100,000 people and generating an economic impact of more than $23.2 billion annually.
South Carolina forests. They'll grow.
I didn't break the news on the Jason Kelsey thing. It's just because, the report, his teammates told him he was retiring. He was going to retire last year, and they talked him out of it. So it's not really that much of a surprise. The question is, did they show him as many times as they showed Taylor Swift? Because I was watching this morning. It seemed like every other shot they're showing Jason Kelsey on the sidelines. He's about to cry. Get back to him. He's about to cry. Is that a tear? Get back to him. I don't blame the cameraman for doing that, but still.
The end of that game, the Philly game, where they were showing him on the sideline, when they pulled him from the game, right? And they were showing him on the sideline. It got to a point where it almost felt gratuitous.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, stop. What other lineman has gotten this kind of attention? It was a big deal, him going up against his brother in the Super Bowl and all that kind of stuff. But usually linemen don't get this kind of attention. I'm sure he's like, stop. And he's going to be all right. He'll be in a booth somewhere or just podcast as his job. Now the two between he and Travis, he's the better one on the air. At least I think so.
100%.
Yeah. So I mean, he's ready.
Travis is very good at reacting and making the poop joke. Jason drives the ship, and he does a wonderful job at it. Also, I need you to know what I realized this weekend. In this in my real life now, I say it as ship. Like I ship.
James, before you met Rob, did you hear him? Just curious. Hey, that sounds like Rob. And by the way, Kevin, I'm not ignoring you. I know it bothers you. That's I know the whole bet thing earlier. Again, I doubt you have anything that would fit me if the Chiefs lost, and I ain't paying $70 or $80 to go buy a jersey that I'd wear once.
Yeah, James, it was good to meet you, buddy. I'm glad we got a minute. Next time you're at one, come on by when you got a couple extra minutes to chat. The Rob Brown Show continues. It is the Fan Upstate, ladies and gentlemen. I am Rob Brown, the great one Lonzo on the ones and twos today. 844-326-3663 is the number. Text us 71307. Start that text with FAN, F-A-N, FAN, F-A-N. So, the Falcons met with Hoodie this weekend. Atlanta, don't do it. Don't do it. And I've already got the text going, yeah, Rob, that's just reverse psychology. You as a Saints fan, you just don't want Hoodie in your division. My guy, I am going to tell you fact to fact, bro to bro. I absolutely do. I want Hoodie in my division because as bad as my team is, that's 2 wins on the record for us. Okay? I am telling you as a fan, I absolutely do want Hoodie in the division. But as an analyst, as a football guy, as a knower of ball, I am here to tell you, don't make that decision. See, Rob Brown is not only capable of, but demonstrates on a daily basis that when he is behind this here microphone, the fan cap turns off. The analyst hat goes on. I am telling you as a knower of ball that the Hoodie is archaic. He is a dinosaur. He is a remnant of football days gone by. He wants to believe himself a modern day Lombardi, a modern day old school coach, the guy that walks in and says, it's my way or the highway, boys. I don't know why he's a pirate, but you get the point. He fashions himself an old school Landry kind of guy where the head coach is a dictator and every football player is a peon second-rate citizen that is just fortunate to orbit in his circle. That ain't football anymore, my dudes. And we learned that when Brady left. This is not a question anymore. This is a statement of fact. Remember the big conversation when Brady left Foxborough and went down to Tampa Bay before it was correctly renamed Tampa Baker. Remember when he got there, what was the big question that every NFL talking head wanted to hit on for 9 to 14 segments an hour? Was it Brady or was it Belichick? Well, my dudes, the question has been answered. Not with a maybe, with a definitive statement of fact, it was Brady. Now, Belichick did something that not a lot of other coaches can do, and that is to say he was able to put himself in a position of power to remove all dissenting voices and opinions from the locker room. He said, hey, you're either here to enhance the Brady experience or you're going to be not here. And a lot of guys ended up being not there because that was the way that Hoodie ran the locker room. And it works when you have a generational talent, when you have a Manning, a Brady, a Breeze, then that works. It does not work when you have Desmond Ridder. It does not work when you have, frankly, any rookie quarterback. It doesn't work like that. You got to have time where the team finds its identity and then you hand over the keys.
CJ Stroud.
Yeah, but I don't think that C.J. Stroud has a team built around him. I think the Texans put together a good roster, and C.J. Stroud benefits from that. Belichick doesn't do that. That's why he has failed with a capital F, failed in New England as a GM. So even if Belichick said, I don't want to be head coach GM, I just want to be head coach, I still don't make it because the Belichickian system has now been proven to be a failure without the GOAT under center. Atlanta, as a Saints fan, yeah, hire the hell out of that guy because that's 2 wins a year for my team. As a dude who takes off the Saints hat and puts on the hat of no camaraderie with anybody, if you hire this guy, you will be really, really disappointed. Texture said, if the Falcons hire the hoodie, I will denounce my Falcons fan card. I don't know what team I'll pick next. Might just stay neutral and be more of a fantasy football guy. Texture said, trade and pull for players, but don't hire the hoodie, Arthur, and go get a damn quarterback, trade up, and send the bank to get Caleb Williams. I am more confident in Caleb Williams than Bill Belichick, and I'm not confident in Caleb Williams at all. You know what I am confident in? That Lonzo's about to nail this sports flash.
With a hammer, yo. Your divisional round dates and times are set. 2 games kick off Saturday as C.J. Stroud and the Texans visit Lamar Jackson and the Ravens at 4:30, followed by Jordan Love and the Packers traveling to San Francisco, square off with Brock Purdy and the 49ers at 8:15. On Sunday afternoon at 3, Dan Campbell's Lions host Baker and the Buccaneers, leading into Patrick Mahomes versus Josh Allen's that's what in Kansas City Buffalo showdown at 6:30. I didn't write it that way. He did. The Atlanta Falcons, I'm throwing him under the bus because it's Josh Allen thing. And the Atlanta Falcons are in the market for their new head coach and aimed as high as they could as former Patriots coach and 6-time Super Bowl winner Bill Belichick visited Atlanta over the weekend. We are your home for Furman Paladins basketball. Tune in tomorrow at 5:30 as the Paladins take on VMI. Patrick Mahomes rules. Okay, I see why I did it. That S threw me off. All right. You see that, James. I see that. We all see that. But to acknowledge C.J. Stroud is to go against Bryce Young. And I don't want to do that. We don't know why. Don't nobody know why. Not even sure he knows why. Just don't know. Don't know at all. Unless life, most things in life, it's a work. Did you watch any Echo?
No, I have not.
We've only watched 3 episodes so far.
How you like it?
It's all right.
I've heard
it's not groundbreaking or anything.
Yeah.
But it's good. I mean, it's what I expected it to be.
I have heard some people say it's incredible, and I've heard some people say it's all right. I've not heard anybody say it's bad.
Yeah, I wouldn't rank it up there in the top. I'd put it somewhere in the mid as far as the Disney shows.
Yeah,
as far as that goes. but their first foray into this kind of programming.
Yeah.
I think it's a good start. We'll see if it elevates in Daredevil, or if it goes down, that would be bad. But we'll end up watching the other 2 episodes before the week's out. So. The read was horrible, Steven. I peaked somewhere last week, like midweek. Then I got sick and it all went out the window. So, I'd retire from it, but I won't be allowed to do that. QC Kinetics in the first break.
10-4.
I hope Jason Kelsey doesn't retire just to troll all the places that are saying he told teammates. That's not him saying it to you, though.
Here we go, kids. Hour number 3 of the Rob Brown Show gets its start right now. Welcome back. This is the Fan Upstate. How do you do, America? What's up, world? Everybody doing all right? Everybody good? Did you have a lovely weekend? I certainly hope so. I am Rob Brown, the Great Lonzo on the other side of the metaphorical glass this AM. Should you elect to be a radio broadcasting superstar by joining the show today, you're certainly welcome to do so. You may, of course, begin by calling the Renewal by Anderson of the Carolinas fan phone at 844-326-3663. That's 844-FANFONE. You can text us on the text line at 71307, 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N, FAN, F-A-N, and we will read them on the show. You may tweet or X or post or whatever you want to call it us at The Rob Brown Show. That is my handle, at The Rob Brown Show. Lonzo's is at Lonzo on Word, at Lonzo on Word. And you can get to everybody up in here by tweeting at The Fan Upstate, at The Fan Upstate. Those are all the different ways to get in touch with the radio broadcast today. We would love to have you. What, ladies and gentlemen, takeaways do we have from the wild card weekend? There are a bunch of them. There's a bunch of them. I would start with the one that hits the closest to home. We touched on this very briefly just mere minutes ago. Baker Mayfield is a problem for the Carolina Panthers. I don't mean as an opposing quarterback. I mean the reality of what Baker is versus what Baker was. Now, Lonzo and I, just a couple of guys who know ball. Lonzo and I told you all last year, Baker's not that bad. He's really not. He gets a bad rap. But you look at what happened when Baker was at Cleveland. It got messy in Cleveland for a few minutes. And then Baker basically got stepped on and stepped over.
They took the keys to the house and he was forced to move.
Sure did. They were like, sorry, bud. You don't get to live in the stadium filming commercials anymore.
Those commercials were really good. I kind of miss them.
They were real good. So he gets sent out of town. He gets sent to the Carolina Panthers under Matt Rule for a good chunk of the season, under Steve Wilkes for the back half, which, by the way, the Carolina Panthers, I looked at this stat earlier, Lonzo. In their past 30 games, they have had 5 games where they have had the lead for at least 1 second in the fourth quarter. 30 games in December and January, there have been 5 of 30.
That means
where
we're
the Panthers have the lead.
almost there, boys.
Closing in.
We're this close. Just, something swings the right way.
That's it.
That's
it.
How many times did we hear that during the Matt Rule tenure?
So, Baker Mayfield leaves the Carolina Panthers. And at the time, a lot of Panthers fans were trying to tell Lonzo and I that Baker was the problem. Turns out, maybe not, because Baker goes to Tampa Bay. Baker wins enough games to win the division. Baker leads his team to the playoffs, and then Baker has a 360-plus yard, 3-touchdown day.
Something that Tom Brady couldn't do there, by the way.
Yeah, I was going to say,
I just saw a stat, and I need to try and find it again, that Baker is the only one who's ever done that at Tampa Bay.
Sorry, it was only 337 yards.
Yeah, but still, that's still more than anyone else did.
A ridiculous day. So, what's the takeaway from that if you're a Carolina fan? Real simple, my dudes. It's a Panther problem. Now, I will go one step further. I have been told by many, including the face of the fan upstate, the great one himself, Lonzo, that Bryce Young ain't gonna do it, can't do it, won't do it, can't get it done, doesn't have the tools in the toolkit. Y'all, I would like, if you're so inclined, for you, my friends, I would like for you to go just pull up some tape of Baker Mayfield during his single season with the Carolina Panthers. And I would like you to watch that tape. And I think what you will see in that tape is a lot of what you saw this year out of Bryce Young. I think you will look at Baker Mayfield, and I think you will see the same style of play that you saw this year from Bryce Young. So, if Baker Mayfield can move on, go to Tampa Bay. And yes, I know that I have spent the entire season pointing out to you that Tampa Bay might have the best wide receiving core in the National Football League. There are a couple of threats. San Francisco, Philadelphia, I think, are in that mix. Might have the best wide receiver core in Tampa. I would also point out that they have a first-year offensive coordinator in Dave Canellis. They have a head coach in Todd Bowles, who is a defensive guy and only a defensive guy. And yet, Tampa's offense, despite sputtering a bit in the final 2 weeks of the season, went up against last year's NFL championship runners-up. And Baker beat the hell out of them. Okay? So, I'm not saying that Baker and BY are the same dude. What I am saying is I don't believe that there is anything in Baker's toolkit that's not in Bryce's. There is one difference between the two of them and one difference alone. The only difference between these two guys is about 1.5 inches of height. BY checks in a shade under 5'10". Baker checks in at 6 foot. If I maxed them out and said 5'10" and 6'1", are you telling me that 3 inches of height. This much. This is the difference between guy who can throw for 332 and 3 touchdowns in a playoff game and a rook who can't? You're telling me this
Rob,
separates the two.
Football is a game of inches. So, yes.
Listen, there are many places in life where 3 inches is the difference between happiness and sadness. Okay? Many places where 3 inches makes all the difference in the world. A quarterback's height is not one of them. Okay? It's just not. So, when I look at what Bake did in Tampa this year, and by the way, a season in which he spent a lot of it playing through various bruises, bang-ups. In a season where BY won the division. Yes, a bad division. We all know it was a bad division.
No, Baker won. No, BY did not win. You said BY.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
which Baker won a bad division, but won the division nonetheless. And then maybe he did play. Scratch that. He definitively did play a Philadelphia Eagles team that collapsed.
By the way, Baker got hurt again last night. Got his other ankle hurt. So he's out there on 2 bad legs and ribs, where they explained that they repositioned the ribs to give him more. That's just even saying that again just doesn't. His ribs were manipulated to give him more space. Who endures that kind of pain?
Don't like that.
No.
So here's the point that I'm driving at. I don't see anything in Baker's toolkit that's not in Bryce's. I don't think he sees the field better than Bryce. I don't think he reads defenses better than Bryce. Frankly, I don't think he escapes the pocket better than Bryce. I don't think he runs better than Bryce. And I don't think he has a better arm than Bryce. I think there are some spots where those two are pretty level with each other. But Baker's been in the league how long? And Bryce has been in the league how long? Exactly. So you get to rest on, if you are a Panthers fan here, well, last season, not this finished season, but last season was obviously Matt Rule's implosion. You can blame a lot of what happened to Baker Mayfield on Matt Rule, and I think it's justifiable and fair to do so. But a huge chunk of the roster that was assembled by Matt Rule and Scott Fitterer got carried into this year under Frank Reich. That performance obviously went very, very poorly. They left this season worse than they were last year. And the problem I have here is when I watch a guy in Baker leave after having a lot of the blame dumped on him by Panthers fans, go to the rival in the same division, immediately win that division, then go to the playoffs as an underdog and dump 323 and 3 tutties on the defending runners up. I have to say, my guys, it's a Carolina Panther problem. And if it's a Panther problem, it's not a Bryce problem.
All right. So I'd like to apologize to all Panthers fans out there. I know you're ready to move on and thinking, okay, playoffs are happening. Season's over. Why does Rob have to keep going back to it? I don't know why he keeps going back to it. I think maybe it might be the Saints fan and him wanting to inflict pain on Panthers fans by bringing up that brutal recent history. It's time to move on, move upward, and forget about all that stuff that happened last year and look forward to a wonderful future that I'm sure is on its way when the new coach and the new GM come in and right the ship.
So the hope here, if I may hitch my wagon to Lonzo's trailer of optimism for just a moment.
It's rickety, but it's still there.
We're still trudging along. You got 3 flat tires and a broken rear axle, but it's still chugging along. If I may hitch my wagon to Lonzo's train of optimism, I will say this. I would like to think, hope, say that the majority of the blame goes on Scott Fitterer, right? At the end of the day, regardless of Tepper's amount of influence here, Fitterer is the guy that builds the roster. Fitterer is the guy that signs the paychecks. Fitterer is the guy that makes it go. And I would like to think that we can look at this and come up with the correct answer. I would like to think that one of two things is happening here. Number one, Scott Fitterer was real bad at his job. And he had the autonomy to do it, and he was just bad at it. And it took Dave Tepper maybe a little longer than we would have liked to make the correct decision of moving on, but he did it. Or, number two, the second possibility is that what I believe to be true is true, and that is that Scott Fitterer was a Dave Tepper yes man. Dave said, this is what I want to happen, and Scott did it. Dave Tepper was Tony Soprano, and Scott Fitterer was Chris Moltisanti. For those of you who are Sopranos guys, that's the reference. And Dave Tepper has now gotten to a point where he went, oh, I can't do that. I can't have yes men. I need to let football dudes do football stuff. And you're going to make the right hire with the GM and hopefully be able to get one of the top-notch coaches out there, one of the top-notch coaching candidates, guys that are only going to say yes if they have full and complete and unquestioned autonomy to run the damn football team. Because the system you were under had a guy in Baker Mayfield that could have won you a division. He just did it. That could have won you a playoff game. He just did it. That could have had you all of these good things. And if that would have been the case, you also would have had, because I get the thought, right? I get the thought, oh, Rob, he's got Godwin and Evans and all the Rashad White and all these cats down there. Had Baker Mayfield been able to succeed with the cats like he did with the Bucs because the team wasn't a joke, Lonzo, he would have had DJ Moore. He would have had Christian McCaffrey. He would have had all these guys that got sent out to bring in BY. Oh, and BT Dubs. You also would have had a first-round draft pick to spend on a receiver last year. You still could have had a John Mingo. You still could have had all these guys. And who knows, maybe you'd have found your Puka Nacua out there. And if you could have found your Puka Nacua and had DJ and had McCaffrey and had, you could have not only kept Baker being good enough to win the division, win a playoff game, but you also would have had picks last year and this year to try to find your QB of the future. You also would have had some picks to make some moves this year to jump up and grab the guys under this class to train under Baker for one more season and maybe made the playoffs in the process. My friends, this is a Carolina Panther problem.
Hot as fish grease, bro.
Not a Bryce Young problem. Oh, man, I had such a great out there. Man, I botched it in the very last sentence. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a Carolina Panthers problem.
Hot as fish grease, bro.
Not a Bryce Young problem. Bang, nailed it.
There you go. I mean, sometimes you need two takes. I was rooting for you.
Bleep it. We'll do it live. Let's take a break. Come back here in just a minute. What's your thoughts on that? You guys are welcome to chime in, you Cats fans. Where do you stand watching Baker go win a playoff game at home? We'll talk about that further in the show. When we come back, let's take a look at the teams that won Wild Card Weekend. I said going into these playoffs, I think we're going chalk, yeah? I think I'm going chalk. I think I'm taking the 1 seed out of the AFC, the 1 seed out of the NFC, but there are a couple of teams that all of a sudden I question that decision. We'll talk about that and more when we come back. I'm Rob. He's Lonzo. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. My friends, this is the Fan Upstate.
QC.
All right, guys, quick live read, and then we're coming right back. Stay right there. NFL's wild card weekend is in the books, ladies and gentlemen. Who was most impressive to you? I think you've got to put the Texans up there at the top. I think you got to put the Packers up there at the top. I think you got to put the Bills and the Buccaneers up there at the top. I said going into these playoffs that I was going chalk, that I was going the 1 and the 2 seed on both sides would square off in the AFC and NFC championship games. And I said that I thought the 1 seed would advance on both sides, that we would get a San Francisco-Baltimore Super Bowl. And I'm still on that, I think. Are there any teams that won this weekend that you think can upset the 1 seed? I look at the Texans, who put 45 up on Cleveland, a pretty good Cleveland defense, led by Myles Garrett, who is probably going to win NFL Defensive Player of the Year. Although,
wasn't Cleveland ranked the number 1 defense
for a while?
You said pretty good. I thought they kept saying it during the game that they were the number 1 D.
For a while. I don't know if they were going into the end of the season. And part of the reason why was because Myles Garrett slowed down tremendously as the season progressed. Myles Garrett in the first half of the season had all the sacks, all of them. And then he ended up in the final 6 games, including the playoff game, with a total of 1 sack.
Well, the playoff game, they were showing him getting triple team, double teams,
for sure.
and what they should have done. Yeah,
for sure. And listen, part of the reason that I am impressed is because, to me, you almost, I think nowadays, you almost kind of have to have an offensively minded head coach, right? You almost have to. You look at San Francisco, you look at Baltimore, although I think Harbaugh probably more of a split down the middle guy. I think you've got to have a coach whose understanding of innovative offenses is towards the top of the league, which is why most defensive coaches have been or are getting bounced. But then I look at D'Amico Ryans and Houston. D'Amico Ryans and Houston had a stellar game plan lined up to deal with Myles Garrett and that Cleveland Browns front 7. A stellar game plan lined up for that one. And they executed it flawlessly. Part of it was remove Myles Garrett from the equation. They did that. 0 sacks in that game, 3 combined tackles, 1 assisted tackle. That's it for a guy that was, although again, he very much slowed down at the back half of the season, was a contender, I might even say favorite, for the NFL Defensive Player of the Year award. D'Amico Ryans, I think, got out of the way and let his offensive coaches offensive coach. And it worked out real well for H-Town. Real well for Houston. So, did Houston show themselves as a team ready to beat Baltimore? I look at what they did defensively. They held Cleveland to 14 points. Joe Flacco did cross the 300-yard mark, but he had not 1 but 2 pick sixes in this game. All right? So, one thing I will point out, you take 14 points off the board, it's 31-14. You add 2 possessions back to Cleveland, and you might have a different game. But what happened, and that's part of the Texans' defense, right? It's part of the Texans' defense. One of the things that drove me nuts about Dennis Allen was that every post-game presser for the Saints, they'd be like, Coach, what went wrong? And he'd be like, if they would have scored 2 fewer touchdowns and we would have scored 2 more touchdowns, we would have won. Yeah, that's how numbers work, DA. But Joe Flacco got twice, 2 of them brought back. Way more than enough to solidify and put this thing away. So, with that being said, taking a gander at what the Texans did, I don't think that they'll be able to do the same thing against Lamar. And I say that respectfully. Every year, we have 2 or 3 quarterbacks that come off the bench or they come off the couch and they look stellar out of the gate. Will Levis did it for the Titans this year. Atlanta knows that. Will Levis got his first start this season for the Tennessee Titans. He threw 4 touchdowns in that game. I came back onto the show on Monday, and I had a lot of y'all saying, Rob,
What are we doing?
you told me Will Levis is not going to be as good as BY. He just went 4 tutties. What are we doing? And then what happened? The rest of the year, like 7 more games, Will Levis had 4 touchdowns total. Okay? Here's what happens in the NFL. The guys that coach defense.
Wasn't that still more than Bryce Young?
No.
Yeah, I think it's probably was.
The rest of the NFL has guys who coach defense, and they're real good at it. And what happens is when a quarterback checks in and a team's never seen that guy before, all they can do is just play what's predicted. But then the quarterback comes out and they've never seen this guy do a thing, and you can't react to all the little intricacies and nuances of what a QB does. But after you've been placed on film, there are 2 things in the world that don't lie: tape and numbers. That's it. Tape and numbers don't lie. Everything else does. So when teams suddenly get a bunch of tape on a guy and they can start to dig in and find the little nuances and the little tendencies that make a guy, they can start to pick those apart. They can start playing defenses that predicate to the weaknesses of that quarterback. And that's what happened to Will Levis. That's what happens to quarterbacks. Joe Flacco was that guy for Cleveland. Joe Flacco came off the bench. And while there was tape of Joe Flacco in Baltimore and with the Jets and all that, there was no tape of 39-year-old Joe Flacco this year. And so when Joe Flacco came back and the Browns were leaning on their defense to win games, teams had to put all their time and energy into effort into scoring on the Cleveland defense. And then we got to the playoffs. And the Houston Texans, led by DeMeco Ryans, a defensive head coach, dug into the Joe Flacco film, and all of a sudden, they started playing defenses that were optimized against Joe Flacco. And Joe Flacco became the victim of what every late season quarterback becomes at the National Football League level. The same thing happened to Josh Dobbs this year. Josh Dobbs started with the Cardinals. He was blowing people away. Who the hell is the Pastronaut? What's this guy doing out here? And then about week 7, week 8, Josh Dobbs got figured out in Arizona. And he got sent out of Arizona because Kyler Murray was coming back and there's no need. So he goes to Minnesota. And his first couple of games in Minnesota, the Pastronaut with his new team looks pretty good. You'll remember he checked in with like 2 days on the team and did not know his offensive line's first names, and he won a game. Then the next week he came out and won a game, and then what happened to Josh Dobbs? It fell off. He fell off. He disappeared because they started recognizing, defenses started recognizing what made Josh Dobbs. They started predicating their defense on stopping Josh Dobbs, and it worked. And that's why they switched to Nick Mullen. And Nick Mullen came in and had a pretty good debut. And then what happened? He was on tape. They figured out the weaknesses of Nick Mullins. They played to it, and Nick wasn't good enough to overcome that, and he fell off. Joe Flacco hit the wall. DeMeco and the Texans had a full week to get ready for a guy that other teams did not. And so they were able to get into the backfield and rattle Joe Flacco, who had 307 yards passing, but a lot of that came late in the game on the dinks and dunks when the game was already out of hand. The reality of this situation is Joe Flacco got figured out. And when he got figured out, the Browns couldn't do anything. And oh, by the way, when your defense is constantly having to go back out on the field because your offense can't hang on to the football for more than a first down or two, they start to get gassed. And the strong point of your team all of the sudden ain't anymore because they're exhausted. That's what happened to the Panthers this year. When the offense is going, throw it deep, run it left, run it right, punt, and they're not getting first downs and extending drives and going on 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-minute drives, and your defense is out there for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-minute drives, they get winded, they get gassed, they run out, and they become ineffective. That's what happened to the Browns this weekend. I picked the Browns in this game because I thought defensively they would be able to do to CJ Stroud what the Texans did to Joe Flacco. They weren't. Part of the reason because the defense was gassed. Part of the reason was because the Texans defense knew how to beat Joe Flacco, and they did just that. Beating Lamar Jackson's a different world. Beating Lamar, you can have all the tape in the world on Lamar. At the end of the day, if that guy is more athletic than your guy, he can put himself in the right position, take all the right angles. Lamar's just better than your guy. That is why quarterbacks are so valuable in this league, because there is one position on the football field where there are 11 guys whose game plan is dedicated to stopping you. Some teams have a running back. You got to cue in on that. Some guys have elite wide receivers. You got to cue in on that. But at the end of the day, the whole goal is to stop their quarterback. And there are only a handful of guys who are good enough at the position to overcome that without a ton of help around them. Lamar's that guy. The Texans' defense is impressive. It should be. DeMeco Ryans is a hell of a defensive head coach. He's proven that this year. He is, in my opinion, he is your NFL rookie coach of the year. Maybe the coach of the year, without a doubt. But there is a world of difference in stopping 39-year-old fresh off the couch Joe Flacco and Lamar Jackson. So I don't think it's the Texans that beat the Ravens. Is it the Chiefs that beat the Ravens? The Chiefs looked much better this week, offensively, for sure. Isaiah Pacheco was finally starting to dig down and have those tough runs. Mahomes, 23 of 41, 262. Travis Kelce was back on the scene, 7 grabs, 71 yards. I do not think that I can explain to you how pathetic the Miami Dolphins are. The Miami Dolphins won a single game against a team with a winning record. Who was it? Dallas on the road. Hey, what happened to Dallas this weekend? They looked like trash too. This is not meant to kick the legs out from Kansas City. They played in the same elements that Miami did, and they put 26 on the board. All right? Kansas City looked like they started to get the ball rolling back in the right direction. Lonzo, your team did not look good down the stretch. Do you disagree with that?
No, they did not.
Okay. They looked like the Chiefs again a little bit. Not the dominant Chiefs of postseasons past, but they look like they at least had figured out the offense a little bit, and that does make them dangerous.
You adjust, you adapt, you make a way to win, and that's what they're doing with great defense. For the first time ever, there'd be great defense and an offense that might be sputtering a little bit, but an offense that's catching fire the game before the playoffs last week and in this week are starting to show some signs that it's not all Kelce because Rashee Rice is stepping up. And he's been coming on the entire season, but he's really starting to hit his stride now. So you don't have to just double or triple team Kelce now, because if you do that, Rice is going to be open and he's going to burn you.
Rashee Rice won our
that is not real
award from this game, and I think deservedly so. Rashee Rice was as Joey B said to me in the movie theater this weekend after catch number 7 where he took off down the field, quote, Rashee Rice is a problem, end quote. He is. He's a monster. He's a menace. He's a pest, and I loved watching him this week.
And by the way, Kansas City still has Andy Reid last time I checked, and you could tell in that game he decided to go with Pacheco a little bit, get Miami's defense to think they're just going to run the ball all the time, which they probably could have because Pacheco was tearing it up, and then they decide, nah, we're just going to throw the ball.
Yep, which for the record, I questioned. I was like, why are you getting away from Isaiah Pacheco? Dude is picking you up 4 yards a carry. I'm bad at math.
Here's one reason.
3 times 4 is 12, and that's a first.
Here's one reason I believe you do it. When you find out you can run at will on these guys, you're going to need him next week, so you don't use him as much.
Legs?
Yes, that's what I think it was.
You may not be wrong. You may not be wrong.
Because next week's going to be a grind it if you're smart, down the field, keep the other quarterback off the field kind of game.
You may not be wrong. So my thought here would be this is a Chiefs team under Andy Reid and that icicle mustache, dude.
That was amazing.
That's too much.
And the fact that he went, I don't know how he thought it out. Did it thaw out naturally, or did they have somebody work on it?
And you know those white benches on the sideline? So I've sat on one of those before. They're pretty cool. They're the white PVC benches. On the sides, they have what are effectively jet engines that blow fire into those benches. Those benches are hot. I sat on one at an Army-Navy game in like 2015. Even in the cold, you can only sit on them for a few minutes. They get too hot. In my head, Andy walked over and just went headfirst onto the seat of one of those benches to get those icicles out of his walrus stash.
See, and I pictured him talking to the team, and then suddenly it just
starts dripping.
Yeah. That's what I pictured.
So, this team looks like in the final 2 weeks of the season, it kind of figured that offense out a little bit, for sure. My question mark, are they good enough now to get into a shootout and win on the road at Buffalo or Baltimore? And the best I can give you is a maybe. Best I can give you is a maybe.
They're not Miami. They don't lose every game on the road. So, I mean, they won enough games on the road for you to not say, oh, man, they're in trouble. I know, this is his first play. The narrative is written. It is, without a doubt, his first Mahomes' first playoff game on the road. Unless you count Super Bowls, which last I checked are not home field. So, I mean.
Not disagreeing. And it's not even that they have to go on the road to Buffalo, pardon me. It's that if they have to go on the road to Buffalo and they win that game, then they got to go on the road to Baltimore the very next week. That's about a tough of 2 games. Scratch that. That is the toughest remaining 2-game road stretch possible.
Or hear me out here. Or they go on the road, they beat Buffalo, and then they face Houston at home. Because you're giving that victory away, and there's no guarantee of it.
I'm going to tell you right now. Rob Brown this weekend is going to be, I don't parlay victories. Okay? There's just too much that goes into it. I don't parlay victories.
You lose a lot of those, don't you?
I lose a lot of those. Yeah. All right? That's why I don't parlay victories. I would rather win small on 3 money line favorites than parlay them and lose because of one team. But I'll tell you right now, I will parlay the hell out of Baltimore, Buffalo this weekend. I think to me, those feel like gimmies. And they're both going to be money line favorites. In fact, I'll even pull up the lines just because I'm curious and let you know what those are in a minute. Because I suspect both of those teams are going to be like 2-1 or better in terms of being favorites. Those two feel like layups to me unless Patrick Mahomes reconverts into old Patrick Mahomes. By the way, the Chiefs 2.5-point dogs on the road. That's actually surprising. That's a pretty level number. Let's take a break. We'll come back here in just a minute. We'll get some more NFL talk. Final hour of the show. It's going to get weird. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, real quick live read, and then we're coming right back. Stay right there. I need somebody to do a health and wellness check on my friend Cole Bryson, please. I can't imagine Cole's in a good way today.
Yeah, but aside from him, there's someone else we know who's a Dallas fan who could cause the rest of our day to go poorly.
You're not wrong, and I feel like I probably need to bring a box of cookies down there or something,
Or just do what I plan on doing.
Leave immediately.
No, avoid as much as possible.
Our Dallas friends are not okay today because they thought that this was the year that they were going to break out of the start the year, beat up on bad teams, scream we them boys, losing the playoff cycle that has just been the one constant in their life for years now. I've got a friend of mine, lives down in Louisiana now, was a dear friend of mine back in Florida for many years, big Cowboys guy. And he got after me, a friend of his, when I said last week, the question is not if Dallas will melt down in the playoffs. The question is, when will Dallas melt down in the playoffs? Now, in all fairness and openness and clarity, transparency, I did pick Dallas to win this weekend. I thought Dallas would find a new, creative, and inspiring way to break the hearts of Cowboys fans. I thought that they would go to San Francisco and end up getting throttled again by the 49ers. But instead, they said, no, why save it up? Why not break our fans' hearts by losing the one game we are going to be heavy favorites to win and do it in front of them in our own yard? The one thing that had been unquestioned was that Dallas at the house was untouchable. Was it 16 consecutive games won in the Big D without an L?
I have a question that only a knower of ball would be able to answer for me. Okay,
You've come to the right place.
I know. And when I say the things that I say about Ryan Day, I am looked at like I am a pariah of some sort. How could he, lose a game a season and people want him gone? But it's okay for people to want McCarthy gone after what he's done the last couple of seasons in the NFL. Why is it okay to lose a game in college, but it's not okay? I don't understand. I'm lost.
That is a wonderful question. I think it's a very fair question, to be honest. I think with Ryan Day, the reasoning is college coaches that have that level of success are real hard to find. Alabama just took Caleb DeBoer out of Washington. Washington went with Jed Fish from Arizona. The Washington fans are in shambles right now. Why? Because the odds that Washington finds a guy that are going to have them right back into the conversation nationally are real low. In the NFL, you've got a much larger pool of candidates to pull from and a lot more hands-on experience because there's only 32 teams as opposed to 127. How many Ryan Days are there right now? Guys that, let's say, finish 11-1, 90% of their seasons. The other 10 are either 10-2 or 12-0. I would say there's 6, maybe 7, tops.
One of them just retired. So, I mean,
that is correct. So 5, maybe 11 tops. That's it. So to move on from a guy that's that close, as opposed to Mike McCarthy, who is that close, and yet we all knew he was good. We didn't know Ohio State.
He's not gone yet, but we were.
Oh, he's going to be.
Yeah.
Is there any of y'all that'll bet me a paycheck right now that Mike McCarthy is still Dallas's coach by the end of this week? I really doubt it. I really doubt it. Bill Belichick, Ben Johnson, Mike Vrabel, Jim Harbaugh, Dan Quinn, Mike McDonald, Frank Smith, Ijiro Evero, Bobby Slovic, Todd Monken, Brian Callahan, Dave Canellis, Raheem Morris. Those are the coaches that are left. There's about 6 guys on that list that I'm like, yeah, I'll be happy with that. If you fire Ryan Day, who's the list of coaches that I'm going to say that about right now?
Urban Meyer. And you would never say that. So
ding, ding, ding. You know what I will say and be very happy about it? Here's Lonzo with the Sports Flash.
The NFL wildcard weekend provided some upsets, including last night's late game. Former Carolina Panther Baker Mayfield led division rival Tampa to a 32-9 win over the Eagles. Mayfield went 22 of 36 for 337 yards and all 3 Tampa touchdowns, while the Tampa defense held Philly to just 3 field goals. The Buffalo Bills knocked off the Pittsburgh Steelers team led by a third-string quarterback, Mason Rudolph, and no TJ Watt, 31-17. Josh Allen threw 3 touchdown passes and ran in another for 52 yards out. 5 different Buffalo receivers had double-digit yards. Tune in tomorrow at 5:30 as the Furman Paladins basketball team takes on VMI right here on your home for Furman Paladin Sports, The Fan, Upstate. Fire everyone. Clean the house.
And I'm very happy they failed on that 2-point conversion, James, because I hit my over-under bet by 1 point. Had that 2-point conversion converted, I would have lost that bet. I had a profitable weekend on the books. First one in 3 weeks.
That you got the high score on the pinball machine.
And I got high score on a pinball machine.
You're right, James, because it's not rocket science. According to Adam Schefter, Raheem Morris is set to have a interview with the Panthers.
I like that.
Do you?
I like that.
I would like it if I actually had, the thing in there. I could have swore I did.
I think we breaking news that, yeah.
Sure. All right, according to Adam Schefter, Raheem Morris he's got a couple interviews, but one of them is with the Carolina Panthers. Raheem Morris, will he be the next Carolina Panthers coach? By the way, that was breaking news.
Breaking news brought to you by BetQL. Be a better, be smarter, beat the books. And make sure you listen to Bet for the Cycle every Saturday from noon to 4 with myself and former Major League Baseball player turned nationally syndicated radio show host Cody Decker, and of course, also Mario.
I apologize for throwing the segue so hard that it made you stumble.
No, it worked out just fine.
Because it was in there, and you're like, oh.
I was gonna come to that. But I like it. I'm gonna say fire. I like this. I like Raheem Morris as a potential target for the Carolina Panthers.
Why?
I like Raheem Morris for a couple of reasons. Number one, what's the strength of the Carolina Panthers right now? If you got to pick one.
Kicking game.
Eddie Pinheiro! Defense. Yeah?
If you say so.
Derek Brown, Brian Burns, Frankie
All right, I would give you Derek Brown, Burns, and
I wouldn't even go one step further. Front seven.
Okay.
Front seven.
All right.
Of the defense. I would argue there's a chance for the defensive backfield to be very good if they can stay the hell healthy. I like that.
Good luck with that.
Right. Ejiro Evero. James said Ejiro Evero held Tampa to 9 points. Maybe he should be considered. I'm going to go ahead and tell you, David Tepper's lost his damn mind if he doesn't at least interview Ejiro
if I
Evero.
recall, and I don't remember who it was, I think it might have been the Chargers. He's already interviewed for it.
Yep. I'm going to tell you this. Ejiro Evero is going to be a head coach next year. Okay? Confident in that. And I'm going to go ahead and say.
But I don't think the defense was as good this year under him as it has been in years past.
I don't think it was either. But I am also going to tell you, I think that defense was taxed and gassed all from week one, all year long. I also think they were absolutely blasted by injury this year. That is a real concern for this team. Raheem Morris is a guy that I think that you could bring in, a guy who has extensive defensive back mentality. I know that some people are going, wait a minute, Rob, he already was a head coach in Tampa, as a matter of fact, and it did not go great. I am aware of that. I am not saying that he is my first pick. I'm saying it's a pick that I would like for a couple of reasons. Number one, that Tampa team from 2009 to 2011 was not that good. It was a tough spot for any head coach. I think one of the things that a lot of us do, and I include myself in this, is that we look at short stints in position and then we decide we know what this guy is because he did. You got to look at the big picture here. The big picture here is that Tampa team was not very good. And so with that knowledge, yeah, I think you got to kind of look at what he did or did not accomplish there. In 2009, he was 3-13. In 2010, he was 10-6. In 2011, he was 4-12. Not great, Bob, but that team was awful. That team had still not recovered from and I know it was years before, but I don't think that team at that point had recovered from the Super Bowl hangover. I think it's stuck with Tampa for a very long time. So it's not great, but I don't hang it all on Raheem Morris. I think the defense was exhausted. They were being asked to play well over the estimated quantity of time of not possession. And I think it was going to wear down anybody. But as good as Ejiro Evero was, The reason I think he ends up not being interested in the Carolina job is two reasons. Number one, if he's going to be interviewed by multiple teams. I know it's already started, and I would be not shocked to see his name pop up a number of times connected to a number of other jobs. Number two, I can't imagine that based on what happened this year, and if the feeling around the front office for the Panthers is consistent with the way that you and me and Rashad and Zoe and all these other dudes feel, that Dave Tepper is a micromanager and frankly not a good one, then why would he want his first head coaching job to be with a cat who's going to come down and tell him what defenses he wants him to run?
By the way, he has interviewed with the Falcons already and supposed to interview with the Seahawks.
Atlanta, you're nuts if you hire the hoodie over Ezra Evero. All right? You're nuts if you do that. You're bananas. You've lost it if you do that. Now,
you know how you sound saying that. So you're saying pick a guy who's never been a head coach over a guy who's arguably the greatest NFL football coach of all time.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
I just saw clarification for people who are just tuning in and don't listen to all 4 hours, which I don't understand why you don't do that.
You really should. We're good.
If you don't, there are ways that you could listen to the parts that you missed.
You can go to thefanupstate.com and listen to the rewind feature that we have placed up there for you that allows you to listen to any given minute of the show that you missed out on. You can go to the podcast button, drop it down to the Rob Brown Show every hour, and highlight segments are posted just about every single day. So make sure you check that out. All of that being said, and we'll come back to Ezra v. Hoodie in a little while. Maybe. We'll see. It's the last hour. I don't know what's going to happen. The problem you're going to have in Carolina is the likelihood that you are going to find a head coach that is willing to come there without a guarantee from Dave Tepper that he's going to be left the hell alone. Ezra Evero has more upfront experience with that than anybody else. If he indeed was on a coaching staff so splintered by Dave Tepper that there were niche groups, there were cliques running around and snitching on each other to Scott Fitterer, I wouldn't want to be a part of that either. That is what we in the business like to call a toxic work environment. Nobody wants that. Raheem Morris, if he is interested in taking that job, I think is the type of dude that goes head to wall. If Raheem Morris takes the job, I think that I will force myself into the belief that a guy like Raheem Morris does not take that job without that guarantee that Tepper is going to, again, get the hell out of the way. If he does, you got a chance. But the fact that you bring in a guy who does two things, though, number one, he is a genuine leader of the strength of your team. You play to your defense. He knows how to build one. And by the way, the majority of the time he has been a defensive coach. Great one. He was a defensive backs coach. That's the one weak spot on the defense that needs to be fixed up. He can do that. The second thing you're going to get out of Raheem Morris, he loves a power football style. You saw that back in Tampa with his head coaching days. Raheem is a power run guy. Lonzo, you more than anybody else in the Carolinas asked what of the Carolina offense this year?
Why don't you run the ball?
Run the damn ball. And as much as I think BY is going to be a dude, can be a dude, will be a dude, I think he can be helped in the process of becoming a dude by running the ball. I think Raheem's that kind of guy. I genuinely think that this is a good interview. I genuinely think that this is a good opportunity. I think Raheem's a good fit. I think, frankly, Ezra Evero would be my guy. I just don't think he takes the job. Texter said, Carolina coaching wish list. Number 1, Slovic or Johnson. Number 2, Harbaugh, Evero. That's it. That's the list. Maybe Ryan Day if Ohio State does something dumb, LOL. Well, we're on the same boat there. But that being said.
Yeah, I don't think if that was going to happen, it would have already happened.
I agree. Oh, you're not firing Ryan Day.
Plus, have you seen who's coming to Ohio State next year?
Everybody that was good in there with the exception of Marvin Harrison Jr.
I would like to thank Nick.
Luka's coming back.
I would like to thank Nick Saban for that because I think he helped that. But yeah, everybody.
By the way, you've got pretty much everybody coming back that made y'all this year, with the exception of Marvin Harrison Jr. You hit on a 5-star at wide receiver. That team's going to be good.
By the way, one thing that Ohio State has done right for like a decade now is receiver. So I'm not worried about that. Quite a few of them in the NFL right now, even some playing for your team. So I'm not worried about that.
Got a bunch of Buckeyes up in
But
Nolan.
if I was going to go number 1 choice for the Carolina Panthers, this is going to shock people, maybe not. I think it's Jim Harbaugh. I think he's the number 1 choice. He is the guy who I think could whip things into shape.
I agree.
And I could root for him in the Panthers. And then there's this other thing that he wouldn't be at Michigan. But there's that too.
My question mark here would be if I let you have anybody, you can have anybody you want. If I'm going to give you anybody you want, my question mark is, are you going with an offensive or a defensive head coach? And I think for me, as much as I want an offensive head coach to get it right in Carolina, I think I'd rather end up with a defensive head coach to play to the strength with a great offensive coordinator. Thomas Brown wasn't that guy.
You said if I could have anybody I wanted in Carolina, I would want Andy Reid. But I mean, that's not happening.
Of the candidates listed.
Yeah, I'm still going to go with Jim Harbaugh. Okay. He's a proven winner in the NFL. Out of all those guys, other than Belichick, he's a proven winner in the NFL.
Yeah, what do you go with? Four trips to the playoffs?
He had the 49ers in the Super Bowl.
One NFC title, 1 Super Bowl appearance. And the only guy that was able to beat Harbaugh was the other Harbaugh. Yeah, I don't have any issue with that at all. Like, at all. Let's see here. Joey B said, better quarterback, better running back, much better receivers. He said Harbaugh interview with the Chargers, which is an objectively much better job. I agree entirely.
Oh, for sure, it's a better job.
Entirely.
It doesn't mean that that's the job he's going to get, though.
Better quarterback, better running back, much better receivers. Oh, and BT
wait,
Dubs, you're in LA.
You're saying Justin Herbert's better than Bryce Young? Are you
Today,
okay?
Yes.
Are you all right?
Today, yes. Do I think he will be long-term? To be concluded. I don't know. Is the answer. I mean, on one hand, I think Justin Herbert's a good quarterback. On the other hand, the Chargers.
Justin Herbert is the guy every year.
I thought Josh Allen was the guy.
Yeah. Well,
Make up your mind. Who's the guy every year?
East Coast, West Coast, man. You can't have one guy for the entire country. It's a big country.
That's what the guy means. If it's not the guy, then it's those guys.
Yeah, but they're not the guy.
Or these guys.
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
All right. I agree. If Harbaugh's coming back to the show, he's not coming to Carolina. Okay? He's just not. And I think that's where that discussion has to start. If he comes to the show, he's not coming to the Panthers.
So are the Panthers, is that the last job that gets filled?
You are the worst job available.
Is it the last job that gets filled?
Yes.
Or does Tepper just go ahead and reach and just grab somebody?
Unless Tepper does one of 2 things. Number 1, well, there's 3 things he can do. The best possible outcome is Tepper signs a guarantee to whoever his guy is that says, I will not interfere with football operations.
I do solemnly swear that I will not.
Yeah. Unless he signs a paper that says, I will not interact with you on a football day-to-day operations basis, in which case maybe you get a guy. Number 2, he doesn't sign that slip of paper, but he signs a paycheck with like 19 zeros to a guy, right? There's a lot of us that would be willing to do a job that we hate in return for a large salary increase. Or option number 3 is he gets experimental quickly, right? He doesn't wait around for Harbaugh or Morris or Johnson or Slovic or any of these other cats. He just gets a guy and goes, let's experiment. Let's get weird. Let's get wild. Let's see what happens, which a lot of Carolina fans are not going to love. We'll see if that matters. But he's got to do one of those 3 things. The reality is, the painful, ugly reality is that with the Patriots' job filled by Gerard Mayo, the Carolina Panthers are the worst available head coaching job right now. Guys like Ben Johnson have options. They have options. They're not desperate. And so when you're the worst available job, you basically wait for all these guys to take jobs, and then you go, who's best of the rest? And that's the guy you end up hiring. And I don't know what that spot is. I'm going to say to Carolina what I said earlier to the ATL. If you hire Bill Belichick, I said this earlier about Dan Quinn. Okay? I'm going to say it about Dan Quinn, and I'm going to say it about this guy too.
Hey, Dan Quinn took care of that, though.
He might have.
You don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, you know what? He's a Vegas favorite to become Dallas's head coach. Please do it. Please do it.
Really?
Please do it. I said about Dan Quinn, and I'll say it about Hoodie. If the Carolina Panthers hire Dan Quinn or Bill Belichick, I will be openly hostile against that team next year. I will root for that team to fail, and I will root for Bryce Young to be sent out of town so that he can go somewhere and Baker Mayfield himself into the hearts and minds of Panther fans.
Way to fix the scenario. You obviously put some thought into that.
You're damn right I have. 100%. If Dan Quinn or the Hoodie are in Charlotte next year, I will be openly hostile to this football team.
What if one or the other come there and win 10 games?
I will be stunned, shocked, mind blown. Because one is a dinosaur and the other has already proven himself to be an inept head coach.
I would be equally as shocked because Bryce Young would still be there.
See, that would be the problem, is they would bring in Hoodie, the team would suck, and I'd have to put up with another year of Lonzo going, it's Bryce Young's fault.
By the way, I just want to point out again, the Panthers are my favorite team in the NFC. I want them to do well. Whatever coach they bring there, I want them to bring Harbaugh there. I mean, whatever coach they bring, I would like them to bring a coach that would win. I mean, back in the Richardson days, they had some coaches that could win. They went to a Super Bowl a couple times. Just saying.
All right. James said, give it a day and the Eagles job becomes available too. Dude, you know what? I thought about this last night. You asked about Mike McCarthy a little while ago.
Is it really going to make it through the day? But yeah.
Here's the thing. I kind of feel like I'm really conflicted about Nick Sirianni because on one hand, I'm watching a video from last night where Dallas Goedert was like chewing out Jalen because Jalen was missing guys. But Jalen was under pressure last night. Like Tampa Bay was relentless with the pressure last night. Goddard apparently went over to Jalen Hurts on the sideline and was like giving him a piece of it to the point that Marcus Mariota had to walk over and like pull him away while the offensive coordinator sat between them, while two of your superstars are getting after it like this, Lonzo, like tablet, everything's on the tablet. Nope.
Yeah.
Don't hear anything else. I'm just listening to some Creed on the tablet.
Yeah, wouldn't you be doing the same thing? Those are some big dudes. I mean,
I don't disagree, but here's the problem. When you
are a person of authority, maybe you should get up and use it, I suppose. Yeah.
Remember how mad you were when Tep threw a whiskey sour to fan at Fitty being in the corner doing nothing? I feel the same way about this guy.
Or maybe you're going to be working somewhere else probably, next year and you don't want to get that kind of reputation. Maybe that's it.
So I would look at that and say, okay, on one hand, I don't think Sirianni's a bad coach. I think he just lost the team, right? I think he just lost the team. On the flip side, that's kind of the job of the coach is to not do that. I'm like, maybe Sirianni is just, maybe you demote him to offensive coordinator. He's not going to accept that. But maybe you demote him to OC, you bring in another dude and you go, you know who, actually, Holy crap. I just stumbled myself into something. Do you know
Don't do it.
who Nick Sirianni would be paired up with great as a head coach? Bill Belichick.
That's what I said. Don't do it. Yeah.
Hoodie and Nick Sirianni would be a deadly duo.
So would you be willing to step aside if you're a head coach for the greatest
No head coach is going
head coach of all time, just to step down and learn under that tree?
Nope.
That tree that's done so well outside
Nope.
of Belichick.
Nope.
Sarcasm.
Nope. Nope. Nobody's going to do that. But I'll tell you right now, if Sirianni gets canned, then I'd be willing to hire Hoodie if Sirianni comes to be his OC. If Hoodie says, yeah, I'll bring him in to be OC, then I'm on to something. Then I'd be willing to do it. All right, we got to take a break. We're really late. My name is Rob Brown. The Great Malonzo's on the other side of the metaphorical glass. We're back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
I don't know. I don't know that I'd take Sirianni because he decided to go with Jalen Hurts as the guy instead of using a running game. And when the running game went bye-bye, so did Philly.
You're not wrong, but
Because I do believe that he was on Cam Newton's game manager list talking about Jalen Hurts.
by the way,
And I do believe Cam was right.
look at Cam's list now. Everybody he named has either been bumped or is about to. He said Dak's a game manager, bumped. He said Jalen's a game manager, bumped.
My friends, the Dallas Cowboys have done it again. And look, I root for humanity, right? I want people to be successful. I do not want Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott's legacy to be that of serious choking. But that's exactly what they are. Can you hear the PA announcer for the Cowboys? I mean, it's got to be a big step at this point, doesn't it? What an embarrassment. What a disgrace. 17 have never beaten a team. How does that happen? What is the explanation? Some people just can't perform under pressure. What say you? Are Dak Prescott and Mike McCarthy cooks in Dallas? They're no longer America's team, right? I'm Mark Ryan.
All signs with Mark Wright, 3 to 7 p.m. today on the Fan Upstate, 97.7 FM Greenville, 97.1 FM Spartanburg, and on the Odyssey app.
Ingles Markets is proud to sponsor the Mark Ryan Sports Spin. From the playing fields to the stands to your own living room, Ingles Markets has everything you need to fuel your athlete and satisfy all the hungry fans in your life. Ingles, low prices, love the savings.
EasyCater presents We've Got Your Back. Help savers.
So I ordered food on EasyCater for a meeting with a new client in Jackson. On my way to the airport, it hits me. The client is actually in Jacksonville. So I call EasyCater. Nina picks up right away. She called me right back and said, you're all set.
Jackson, EasyCater has your back with 24/7 support. Order at EasyCater.com and go.
Discover, this is Daniela.
Hi, it's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to thank you for making me feel so special. I earned cash back on debit for my dinner party groceries.
That's great. But with Discover Cashback Debit, we give everyone cash back on everyday purchases. Anything else I can help you with?
Do you like asparagus and mushroom sorbet? I've got leftovers.
Introducing Discover Cashback Debit, a checking account with cashback. It pays to Discover. Eligibility and terms at discover.com/cashback debit. Discover Bank, member FDIC.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope, we use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios,
No, we tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
but you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our clients' best interests.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structure, so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly, different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss. Welcome to Eagle's Table, a delicious destination with recipes galore. Need to whip up a dessert, entree, side dish? No problem. The experts from Eagle's Table take you through it step by step, with expert tips and advice along the way. Find the Eagles Table at eagles-markets.com or swing by the store and pick up your free copy of the Eagles Table magazine. And let's get cooking.
Haven't watched Raw yet, but the graphic keeps jumping on my feed of the Judgment Day. You see it?
Yeah.
That is so good.
Finn said, "Our truth is growing on him." And I was like, yes. Just remember, Lonzo, live, laugh, and love. Dude's the best. The Rob Brown Show carries on. It is the Fan Upstate, ladies and gentlemen. I have told you guys that in the new age of collegiate football, you have to recruit 3 times. You have to recruit, number 1, kids out of high school coming to your program. You have to recruit, second, kids out of the portal to come to your school. And you have to recruit, third, kids at your school to stay at your school. This is becoming more and more obvious year by year. And there are some coaches who are really impressive in the way they're doing it. Ryan Day's on that list, recruiting kids to stay at his school. You have not heard, at least that I am aware of off the top of my head, of any major names leaving Ohio State via the portal. You have, however, heard a number of guys who are draft eligible deciding to stay. Ryan Day is getting guys to stay in his program for an extra season or 2, and that team is going to be in the playoffs next year. There are other guys who are excelling in other spots. For instance, Mike Norvell. Florida State was in the mix this year because of the transfer portal. Keon Coleman, Johnny Wilson, Trey Benson, Jordan Travis, all transfer portal guys. Well, we told you this story last week that Florida State got hammered for utilizing the NIL as an inducement to come play football at Florida State. There are some disgruntled folks in Tallahassee saying that that is not what happened and that it was twisted by the NCAA in order to bring the hammer down on a school which had, frankly, been causing them a lot of problems. I think it probably did happen. I also think it probably has happened at a bunch of schools. Again, as I have said, somebody shine a light on it and the hammer should come down. It did on Florida State. I don't have an issue with it at all. I don't even have an issue with the fact that, at least to me, it seems like it was a setup. A kid from Georgia goes in the portal. He comes down to Tallahassee. He has a meet and greet. He's driven around illegally by a member of the coaching staff. The day after he leaves Tallahassee, he's right back with the Georgia Bulldogs, and he's got all this fresh information. I don't even care that it's a setup. I don't. I think the timing is interesting. I don't care if you say I'm wearing a tinfoil cap. And again, I do not care if it was a setup. Not at all. I don't. So, with that being said, as I said to Shane Beamer, as I said to Dabo Sweeney, when you accuse people, you either put evidence on the table, you either bring it to light, or I dismiss it. Like a court of law. If you accuse someone of a crime and they go to a trial, you have to put evidence on the table that proves they did what they did. Otherwise, that case is dismissed.
Nope.
That's what happened. Florida State took the hammer. That being said, Mike Norvell was reportedly a high-interest candidate for the University of Alabama to replace Nick Saban. And then Mike Norvell decided, nah, I'm good. I'm going to stay in Tallahassee. And since then, Mike Norvell has now taken multiple, I believe 5 Alabama players out of the transfer portal. And oh, by the way, there is a 5-star wide receiver Alabama commit who will be visiting Tallahassee this weekend. And the thoughts right now, after they picked up former 5-star linebacker Sean Murphy out of the portal to commit to Tallahassee, now there is a 5-star wide receiver that was an Alabama commit, decommitted after Saban left, and now apparently is looking at Florida State as his number 1 target. If you want to stay on top of the game, you're going to have to recruit the portal. Mike Norvell's doing that. Now, there will likely come a time where guys that guys that recruit heavy out of the portal, like Norvell is doing right now, are going to have a team that bust, right? They're going to bring in a bunch of portal guys. The chemistry's not going to be there. They're not going to get on the same page. And in the land of college football, while it is changing, because it used to be if you wanted to get into the dance, you had to be undefeated or at the most a 1-loss football team.
I was gonna ask you why you would go to Florida State, since it's been proven you can't go to a national championship game. But things are different this year.
Correct. Because now with a 12-team playoff,
they're 12, yes.
If there were 12 this year, Florida State's dancing. Now, they might have had to have hosted a first-round game and not caught a first-round bye, but they would have had a shot at the dance. They will have that next year. Pretty much every Power 5 team has that.
All right. They'll have that if they win. Yeah.
If they win,
yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
Sure. So, because of that, and with all of that in the discussion, I am interested in seeing what Florida State looks like next year. They picked up a linebacker. They picked up a running back. They picked up an offensive lineman, all guys that were 4 or more star recruits that went to Bama to play for Saban, and now they're not there anymore. They're all in Tallahassee. So I find this kind of interesting because I think we're about to get a very unique case study. There's a lot of folks that have said now that Florida State had their shot. It didn't work. They lost all this talent. Jordan Travis, Jaheim Bell, Trey Benson, all going to the show. They can't come back. And now all of the sudden, Florida State's picking up transfer portal guys that were like names elsewhere. They were like big names. And they're picking them up en masse. If Mike Norvell ends up running it back next year, if Mike Norvell ends up back in the ACC title game at 12-0 next year, I think you're going to see the landscape of college football change that much more. You are going to see a lot of guys who were reluctant to use the portal, and I'm looking at Dabo in this case, start to realize we don't have a choice anymore. We don't have a choice. The Knowles recruiting class is going to be a top 10 class in February when it finalizes. Probably closer to the bottom, like 10, 9, 10, somewhere in that range. But their portal class is likely going to be, if not the one of the 2 or 3 best portal classes in America. You combine those two things, and you're in a pretty good spot, I would think. So because of that, and with all of that, I would expect teams like Florida State, who are portal heavy, should Mike Norvell have more success next year, to start to pull the rest of college football in their direction. The portal becomes, I think, every bit as important of a recruiting tool as recruiting, I think you are going to have to get to a point where you are putting as much effort into getting guys out of the portal as you are out of high school. We'll see how it plays out. I'm intrigued. Saban leaves. A bunch of dudes start at least discussing going into the portal. And just like that, Florida State grabs 4, working on a 5th. James is saying that 5-star wide receiver is going to Auburn. It came down between Alabama and Auburn where he committed. Okay. Again, one of the reasons that I hesitate talking about recruiting is because I just think it's remarkably difficult to follow with the amount of different reports you have coming out. But hey, it is what it is. Norvell's picked up a handful of Bama guys within days of Nick Saban being gone. And just like it is with recruiting, when you get some dudes that are dudes, the rich get richer. You know what a great way to recruit a 5-star kid is? Have another 5-star kid help you, right? It's much easier to get a 5-star receiver when you've got a 5-star quarterback on the phone going, hey, bro, me and you and me, we're going to run this conference. We're going to run this league, right? It's much easier that way. And so when Norvell gets a Bama guy in, that Bama guy is going to be on the horn with other Bama guys going, hey, man, I'm in Tallahassee, and this is awesome, dude. You should come here. So far, that's worked. Working the portal is going to become a massive, it already is. But I think working the portal is going to become as important to a college football program as high school recruiting is. I think it might already be there. But if a guy like Norvell has success again next year, like he did this year, you'll go ahead and start seeing that philosophy change. All right, let's take a break. When we come back here in just a minute, got a few more stories I want to hit on, and then we will head to what the X is going on, and then we will head into our beautiful Tuesday afternoon. Scattered showers. They're scattered. All right. Scattered all over the damn upstate. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. I'm going to have to accept the reality that I can only watch the first half of night games now. Because staying up to watch the end of games is killing me.
All right, so you know that thing when you're in the office and you're doing show prep and you have like wrestling on?
Mm-hmm.
You could just as easily have a football game on.
I know. The problem is that's when I watch wrestling.
Well, here's the thing. Pretty soon that will be solved for you because football will be over.
Yep.
Then you can worry about this next year.
Yeah, then I'll be switching to basketball and baseball soon.
So usually I cannot be spoiled, even with looking at social media in the morning.
Yep.
This morning I was spoiled because I saw sad Kelsey.
Sad Kelsey.
I saw sad Jason Kelsey, and I knew they lost. But going to bed at halftime, I pretty much knew they were going to lose. It would have took a miracle for them and them suddenly remembering how to play football.
One of the problems that I'm going to have, I think, is I have two options. I can either turn off all the push alerts from agencies to my phone, in which case there's a lot of news stories that hit me during the day via push alerts that I end up putting in the show. Or I can leave them on, be spoiled when I wake up and just recognize that I'm going to lose the excitement of watching a great game.
You don't have to look at those alerts.
I do, because most of them are stories that I need to know about. Like, I can't look at them as we're coming on the air because there's stuff I need to put stuff together for show topics.
You've been given many options. You just don't want to take any of them.
They're not good options.
Okay, all right, fine. There is no perfect option.
I know.
Other than us moving time slots again.
You want to go back to 9 to noon?
Yeah, let's do that. This whole thing, it was fun. We proved it. Let's just go back. We'll see what it's like during the summer. Well, at least for me, I don't have to stay up and watch anything. So unless it's required for show that I watch baseball. I think out of all the sports that you can watch in like 15 speed, baseball would be the one. Yep, that was a hit. Yep, that was a hit.
Oh, you can't see how pitches are shaped in full speed.
Yeah, okay, whatever. Neither can umpires.
That's half the game.
Neither can umpires, so I'm good.
Probably still call pitches better than Angel Hernandez. I think I'm going to put bets on Clemson and South Carolina today in basketball. Feeling frisky.
Uh-oh. He's not going to, James. You don't even have to tell him that. He already said that. We'll cut into wrestling time. That's dedication right there. That's what that is.
The Rob Brown Show carries on. It is the Fan Upstate. I am Rob Brown, the great one Lonzo. On the other side of the metaphorical glass, let's take a look at our early odds for the NFL's divisional round of the playoffs as they stand right now, great one. We'll take a look at the NFC to begin. We have two games that are at or hovering around a 10-point spread. The Packers and the 49ers are one of them. San Francisco at the crib, -10 on the line right now. They are a -500 money line team. If you think Green Bay can go on the road and shock the world, they're +375 on the money line. I'm intrigued to see how this game turns out because on one hand, I think this is week 12, week 11. I'm picking San Francisco, and honestly, I'm picking San Francisco, and I'm laying the points. But how many times have we seen a great offense predicated on timing and rhythm and precision and the execution of complicated schemes who sit out a week, or if they locked in their spot early as the Niners did, sat out multiple weeks because they didn't really run their top flight guys in week 18. It takes them a while to get going. And what do you know? All of a sudden, they find themselves in a surprising 10-point hole to a team like Green Bay. Man, I don't know that I can lay the full 10 for San Francisco, but I'm not going to get mad at anybody who does.
Except for on that offense, you've got two players that don't really need time to get going. They just get going, and that's Christian McCaffrey and that's Debo. I mean, they come back from injury, boom, they just go. It's just he needs to warm up. Those two guys don't need that. And if those two guys are there, and they're going to be, then Purdy's going to have a good game. And the defense is going to play well, even if the offense struggles a little bit in like the first quarter. It's hard to go against San Francisco.
It's real hard to go against San Francisco right now.
Even after watching what Green Bay was able to do this past week, I just no.
It is real tough to go against San Francisco. I look at San Francisco, and I think you nailed it. I think you were spot on right there. You look at San Francisco, and I think what you're seeing is a football team that has not just an incredible number of tremendous athletes, because we talk run CMC, we talk Debo. We haven't even mentioned Brandon Ayuk, who should have been in the Pro Bowl with the numbers he has, right? We don't talk about some of the other guys that have stepped up when there's been injuries.
George Kittle. I haven't mentioned George Kittle.
A tight end. George Kittle may have supplanted Travis Kelce as the best pass-catching tight end in the NFL this year, and he's their fifth option. Kyle Juszczyk, inside of 5, is the closest thing we've had to Mike Allstott in a while, right? Nobody has that kind of fullback anymore except Juszczyk.
And just as fun to watch, too.
Yeah. Juwan Jennings is a dude. Ray McLeod is a speed machine. Elijah Mitchell, every time he's been asked to step in for CMC, has more than carried the standard. And oh, by the way, over on the defensive side of the ball, they got some guys named Bosa, Hargrave, Young, Greenlaw, Warner. I mean, they're good. And I just feel like, and I felt like this coming in, there's not a team in the NFC, with all due respect to the the Detroit Lions, there's just not an NFC team that can go position by position with them. And it's not like, out of 22 guys, the 49ers are better at, 10 or 12 or 13 spots. Like, they're better at probably 15 to 17 spots across the board. Like, Amon St. Brown is one of the best receivers in the league. He ain't Debo. He's very good, but he ain't Debo. And after that, who are you going to match up with Ayuk and McLeod and Juwan Jennings and all these other guys? At the running back spot, Detroit has done as good of a job as anybody else at diversifying their run game around Gibbs and Montgomery. You putting either one of those guys in a class with CMC and Elijah Mitchell?
No. I mean, you look at San Francisco and you wonder, how can they afford all that?
Yeah, it's a spoil of riches, for sure. And the answer is, that's what happens when you draft real good and have a competent general manager, right?
And you have some lame guy in Carolina willing to trade you CMC.
Yeah. Worked out just fine for the boys in red and gold, didn't it? Then over in the AFC side, 9.5-point favorites of the Baltimore Ravens over the Texans. I mean, I got to tell you, I think they cover it.
Do you believe in destiny, Rob? Do you believe in destiny?
Do
you believe in when someone is projected to be the number 1 draft pick and bogus scores come out and all these stories about he's not smart enough to be an NFL quarterback, and then he comes out and he destroys all those naysayers? I'm not saying that Houston's going to beat Baltimore.
Good thing.
I'm leaning that way. But it's not going to be a blowout.
I think it is. And I'll tell you why I think it is. I like the Texans defense led by D'Amico Ryans, their head coach. I'm a big fan. I think they've got a lot of talent. They have not played a Baltimore lately.
I will believe in Baltimore winning a playoff game when I see it.
That's fair. It's fair. They're going to this weekend.
You know who else had the team and they were ready and there's no way they're going to lose? That would be the Dallas Cowboys.
I did not for a second feel that the Cowboys were in an unlosable situation this weekend. I like the Texans. There is 100% a part of me pulling for CJ Stroud. Lamar Jackson is him right now. He is him.
He is him who cannot win a playoff game. You're right.
But to find out. Hey, we should do that thing that we do to end shows.
And now, the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
What the? All right, time to ask Rob what the X is going on. The first thing is Xing is Hulk Hogan.
Brother. I
You
genuinely
don't
have
know.
no idea. No,
you don't
sure
know. There was a major accident in front of him. A young girl flipped her car.
Oh no.
And Hulk Hogan saved her.
Brother. He's tweeting about it. The crazy part about the teenager that flipped her car was that without a knife to puncture the airbags to get her out, a ballpoint pen came in really handy to pop the bags. All is well, even now. Amen. HH.
So he didn't even have a knife. He took a pen. Hulk Hogan took a pen and popped the. I mean, only Hulk Hogan would have enough force to use a pen and pop those airbags.
Having the worst day of your life.
And
Like
they're-
you get into a car wreck, your car flips over, you're laying there upside down, woozy, in and out of consciousness, and you're like, uh-oh, is this the end? And then you just hear, don't worry, brother. I got you, brother. I would assume that I was toast at that point. Not because I heard brother, but because I'm going, oh, my brain is scrambled. Clearly, my brain is scrambled because I think I hear Hulk Hogan right now, brother.
Why does the devil sound like Hulk Hogan? All right, the next thing that's Xing is Deshaun Watson. Did you see the every time they showed him,
He looks so sour, dude.
the look on his
Yeah,
face?
He looks so sour. And it's like, man, like nobody likes you, dude. Nobody likes you. What are we doing here? I don't know. Are the Browns in a better spot if he plays yesterday? Because the way he was playing before he got hurt, I can't say yes.
Yeah, I can't either. Who was the guy after him before Flacco?
Oh God, who was? Dorian Thompson-Gray,
Yeah, let's go with him.
and then you had who was the other guy? Didn't you have one more too?
Yeah, I think so. There might have been.
If you are one of those guys that bought the Tim Couch jersey and has been like just adding quarterback nameplates to the clue, you added 4 this year. It's
Way to go.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. The Wikipedia page of Brown starting quarterbacks is, PJ Walker and Jeff Driscoll. Sorry, you added 5 this year.
You were wrong, man. Come on.
Way to go, Browns. That's it for us. Y'all have a great rest of your day. We'll be back tomorrow to do it all over again, but better. Don't drink and drive. I'll punch you in the face. For Lonzo, I'm Rob Brown. This is the Fan Upstate, brother. Yeah, brother.
That's exactly why I said that, Joe. That's exactly why I said that.
Joey B, did you get your sleep schedule fixed after this weekend, pal? Because I did not.
I'm just guessing he's more organized than you are, from what I've.
Joey B's
from
actually
what I've been able to tell. So he's probably good.
Joey B is successful and organized, and I work in radio. So he ran in, gave the car a leg drop, and freed her. Probably.
Ripped his shirt off as he's looking at the fire. What you gonna do, brother?
When the jaws of life run wild on you, brother. I'm going to say Hulk's inside of my top 3 impressions.
I mean, I agree. You pull up, you're an ambulance, you're the cops, you pull up, and there's Hulk Hogan standing there. I mean, first
I did a reverse emergency tracheotomy, brother.
The best part about the whole thing was B, if she had no idea who he was. Some large man. There probably is someone out there in the United States who doesn't know who Hulk Hogan is. Yeah, he definitely was posing as the car is burning in the background. Yeah.
Do you think he carried the girl around on his shoulder like Miss Elizabeth while the cops were showing up? Also, by the way, is there anyone who thinks that Hulk Hogan wasn't the heel in the Mega Powers breakup storyline?
Oh, for sure he was
He
the
was
heel.
the bad guy.
Yeah, he was.
Like, I don't know how people are wrong about that.
By the way, I forgot to mention Randy Macho Man Savage from Ohio.
Oh no,
so
that
I,
really hurts my chances.
So I got that.
We need to. You know what? That's what we're
you got Roman.
Yeah,
I got Macho Man. I mean, you know.
Columbus, Ohio. Lived in Zanesville, Ohio.
Been to Zanesville.
Where Randy attended Grover Cleveland Middle School. He graduated from Downers Grove North High School in the Chicago suburb of Downers Grove, Illinois. Well, there you go.
Had a friend who had a Christmas tree farm in Zanesville. That's where I shot my first shotgun. So, yeah.
As much as I hate it.
Everyone remembers their first shotgun, right?
As much as I hate it. You get Macho Man. I've got Hulk Hogan. So we've got the mega powers on opposing sides here.
So Hogan was from California.
I mean, I'm going to claim as he's lived in Florida for 100 years.
Yeah, but
are we going born in?
Yeah, born. That was the whole point. Born.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna run down the list of some of my tops. I got Brutus Beefcake, The Big Show.
No, he was born in Aiken.
Wikipedia has him from Florida.
He was born in Aiken.
Oh, that's right. All right, so we got to be born in. Son of a gun. This makes my life tougher.
I was gonna say we talked to him live.
So that's right. So all of the. So the Wikipedia page is not guys that were born in. It's guys who primarily live in. Oh, you're in trouble. I got Alicia Fox. She'll pin you upside down.
And she's crazy. So yeah.
I've got Gangrel.
Ooh,
in his prime.
That's a strong one.
If nothing else, I'm going to have the dopest entrance of anybody.
That is very true.
I've got Al Green.
I'm just going to go with,
I do have the gun club. I got the whole gun club.
Yeah.
I may just send the whole gun club after you.
I got you beat. I do. There's only one place that can beat Ohio as far as wrestlers goes, and that's Canada. That's it. Maybe Georgia. Georgia probably has them.
Hulk Hogan was born in Augusta, Georgia.
That's why I said maybe Georgia.
My question mark is, if a guy was like born in Georgia, so Hulk Hogan was born in Georgia, but he moved to Florida when he was 1. We count that as Florida, right?
No, it's where you were born at.
But he didn't live there. He was there less than a year.
Where were you born, Rob?
I was born in New Orleans, Louisiana, baby.
And where do you say you're born? Who you were born at?
I was born in New Orleans, Louisiana.
Thank you.
That's where I was born.
Exactly.
I got Austin Idol.
Wow.
I got JC Jane.
Okay. All right.
Don't mind if I do.
If you're into, loose characters. What, you just worried you're going to lose?
No, I'm very upset because I was really excited. I thought I was going to get The Rock. But I don't. I'm going to go ahead and end it right now. I got Kelly Kelly.
I didn't even look at female wrestlers. I just looked at male wrestlers. Oh,
my job just got so much tougher because
why am I forgetting her name? Oh,
I got Michelle McCool too.
Yeah,
I'm going to tell you, I think I'm winning the female wrestler list.
No. Oh, she's blonde. She's short. She was with Bray Wyatt.
Oh, we just narrowed it all right down. Blonde and short.
No, with Bray Wyatt for a while, and I can't. I know her. Alexa Bliss. I couldn't think of her name. Alexa Bliss is from Ohio.
Oh, I have Titus O'Neil. Titus World Slide. Oh, if this guy's here, he's making the team. Nope, he's from Virginia. I have CJ Perry. My female.
No, man, she's
list.
from Russia. She's not from.
No, that was that chick Lana. CJ Perry's
By
from
the
Florida.
way, CJ Perry, I thought was born in another country.
CJ Perry was born March 24th, 1985 in Gainesville, Florida.
Okay.
Oh man, that means so CJ Perry was born in UF territory, but she went to FSU. Also, CJ Perry and I are the same age. Clearly, I need to eat better.
Okay, so I have Alexa Bliss. I've got Dana Brooke.
Oh, you can have Dana Brooke.
I've got Les Thatcher, Al Snow, Dolph Ziggler.
I've got Red Velvet.
Oh, come on.
Okay, Roman was born in Pensacola, as were the Usos. So I'm sending like the majority of the bloodline at you.
By the way, you bring the bloodline. I'm sending out Moxley and Macho. I mean, you bring the bloodline.
I really am mad I don't get to claim Hulk Hogan for this.
And I was throwing the Miz and just for crazy, Brian Pillman.
I get Terry Runnels too.
Okay. You've got a lot of the women.
I get Tino Sabatelli. It's over for you.
Ooh. Man, I even know who that is.
I get Sable. Yeah, I feel like you're going to get me on the dude side. I feel like I'm going to get you on the lady side.
Yeah, so far as women, yeah.
You know who I get? Bray Wyatt. He's a Florida boy.
That means you also get Bo Dallas, probably.
I believe. I like that we've been on the stream an extra 8 minutes just talking about wrestlers. All right, I'm going to work. Y'all have a lovely day.
Yeah, but
I have stuff.
Wrestling people are still on there, so I don't know what we're speaking to our people.
To kill on Nitro. I don't remember. Yes, Michael P.S. Hayes. I think I'm subscribing to P.S. Hayes as my team valet. Everybody, I think we should get 5 plus a team valet. I think Michael Hayes is pretty good choice for that.
I could have swore that
I get Fallon Henry.
Okay.
Henley.
And
Brooke Hogan.
Why did I think Bobby Heenan was from Ohio?
I'm willing to look that up. If Bobby the Brain's from Ohio, I am taking back my +1 manager role. No, he's from Illinois.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
I knew it was Midwest. I was going to say maybe it's Jimmy Hart, but I think Jimmy Hart might be Florida.
So did Ava Range just Ava now?
Yes.
Well, she's on my team.
She's not really wrestling. She's kind of like the
half-assed
liaison.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got Mike Awesome.
I liked Mike Awesome back in the day. He was awesome.
I got Big Swole on the lady team.
Oh no. Her forehead alone is just, I mean, that's a big head.
Titus O'Neil in the world slide. Great moment. Great moment.
Way to capitalize on something that was very embarrassing and turn it into something positive. I mean,
here's another guy. I should have Adam Cole, baby, but he was born in Pennsylvania and then moved to Florida as a kid.
He even talks about
I know
Pittsburgh. Doesn't he live there?
I do get Bo Dallas.
Yeah. Exactly, James. Macho would take out a good number of his people.
Macho fueled on cocaine would defeat a grizzly bear.
But you also get Macho's brother, probably Lanny Poffo, the poet laureate.
Yep. All right, we got to go. Have a great day.
That might be
You're all
my valet.
spectacular. Goodbye.
He will lead my guys with poetry into the